Revised collection, The Materialist as Polemicist. Part of a series on Horkheimer's 1930s Essays Materialist. The following collection consists of original translations of 5 previously untranslated polemics written by Max Horkheimer over the first phase of the ISR's exile between the Nazi seizure of ISR assets in 1933 and the end of the ZFS in 1939 as the Nazis prepared for the invasion and occupation of France. A postscript has been added with the 2 original translations. First, of Adorno's critical double review of Jean Wall's Etudes on in Walter Lowry's estimate edition of the Journals of Soren Kierkegaard, which appear in the final issue of the ZFS. Second, of Adorno's defense of the review in response to an objection from Wall himself. The basic idea of this collection is that the double front against which early critical theory defines itself in the 1930s is not, in the first or last instance, the philosophical front against metaphysics and positivism, but the political front against romantic fascist reaction and rationalistic liberal apologetic under late capitalism. Following Horkheimer's 1941 preface to the penultimate issue of Studies in Philosophy and Social Science, ISR's short-lived English-language successor to the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, ZFS, we can provisionally define late capitalism as the fulfillment of the project of classic liberalism in authoritarian fascism, of the ideal of free market competition in the consolidation of monopoly. Late capitalism designates the condition of the world in which Marx has been proven right. Fascism feels itself the son, nay the savior of the world that bore it. That world collapsed, as Marx had prophesied, because after it had reached a certain point in its development, it was unable to fulfill human needs. National Socialism attempts to maintain and strengthen the hegemony of privileged groups by abolishing economic liberties for the rest of society. To the extent that critical theory is defined by contrast to metaphysics and positivism, this is due to its reflexive appropriation of the late capitalist historical problematic it shares with both, in opposition to their effort to establish non-historical grounds, philosophical or scientific, for their respective theoretical standpoints. Early critical theorists confronted metaphysicians and positivists not as combatants on the perennial Kampfplatz of philosophy, but as participants in a shared field of social struggles which conditioned the entire process of theoretical and scientific production. In the introductory lecture of his 1926 course, Einführung in der Philosophie der Gegenwart, Horkheimer writes, the Kampfplatz of philosophy is a part, and by no means the least important, of the actual social battlefront, upon which it is not merely illusory, but actually dangerous to make one's appearance. Biographical information is, as a rule, just as abstract and idealistic as the history of abstract ideas, in which the lives of philosophers are treated in large measure as independent and detached from the actual relationship that with which one is concerned. Such as those between thoughts, the notion of a real history of ideas is entirely untrue. Of course, the theories of any one philosopher are in no way independent in terms of content from theories they discovered about the same objects of inquiry and which they followed, but such connections constitute only a minuscule part, or perhaps the least significant, of their relationships, which must be considered in order to understand their thought. The philosopher lives in the actual world. Their philosophizing is part of their actual confrontation with the world, as it has been formed in their given situation. Moreover, philosophy itself fulfills an objective function, one which is in large part entirely independent of the philosopher, to lift ideas out of actual history and act as if one could adopt any proposition from one or the other philosophy, however recent of an epoch they were in, is inadmissible. Early critical theorists practiced a kind of spiritual physiognomy, interpretation as portraiture, each portrait the depiction of their conflicting social forces, which animate the subject's works from within, conflicts formed by the author's continuous confrontation with their social context. The procedure reverses traditional physiognomy, which, for Horkheimer, is not just a pseudoscience, but a paradigm of reification. In a letter to Felix Weil in 1937, Horkheimer objects to Whale's decision, made in desperation, to consult a graphologist about the erratic behavior of a romantic partner. Horkheimer's response is a virtual rewriting of Hegel's critique of physiognomy and phrenology in the Phenomenology of the Spirit. In the inference of certain character features from certain styles and strokes in handwriting, in graphology, or from certain facial features in physiognomy, proves to be a confirmation of the prejudices of the graphologist or physiognomist. The arbitrary selection of certain observable features to serve as symbols for certain non-observable character traits, as well as the wide variety of arbitrary correlations between the former and the latter, derives a semblance of regularity from the fact that the geologist and the physiognomist have elevated common sense platitudes, filtered through idiosyncrasies, into scientific principles. The development of the subject of analysis is denied a priori. The social psychological process through which the subject of an analysis was formed becomes unintelligible as they are reduced to a partial impression of a contemporary product of the same caput mortuum. The trust in the expertise of the graphologist and physiognomist as a guide to human relationships robs us in advance of the experience, let alone consciousness, of a kind of relationship in which our characters would be at stake in each renegotiation of a life in common. You know, this really reminds me of the people who post about like body language stuff and like frame and all that. It's like, it's just this. It's literally just confirming common sense prejudices is all it is. Common sense in quotes, obviously. Graphology and physiognomy don't just misunderstand human character, but mutilate it. They belong to the total social process which, Horkheimer says, judges individuals by those external characteristics which are connected to the bad side of current society, at the expense of those human traits that connect them to the future. And the philosophy is absolute concentration, Horkheimer distinguishes the attitude critical theory takes towards human beings from Siegfried Marx's neo-humanism by formulating the following task. Philosophical anthropology must become a denunciatory physiognomy. Denunciatory physiognomy denounces the society which seeks the advice of the physiognomist. The portraits of the spiritual or denunciatory physiognomist are only as optimistic as they are unforgiving. As Adorno and Horkheimer write in Dialectic of the Enlightenment, stupidity is a scar. Every partial stupidity in a human being marks a spot where the awakening play of muscles has been inhibited instead of fostered. The intellectual gradations within the human species, indeed the blind spots within the same individual, mark the points where hope has come to a halt, and in their ossification bears witness to what holds all living things in thrall. Neither misanthropic towards human potential, nor philanthropic towards human actuality, spiritual physiognomy offers negative images of betrayed humanity, and the caricature we've made of it, ourselves. The following polemics are exemplary of this approach. Each portrait in this series has central dynamic motif of the same conflictual social forces frozen between the extremes of, on the other hand, rationalistic or liberal apologetic for capital social domination, to the reason which rationalizes ruling irrationality through appeal to unrealized moral or political principle, through the deferential formalization of the given in scientific procedure, and on the other, romantic or fascist reaction to the same, the unreason which rises to enforce the order and restores the meaning the form can no longer guarantee, responding to the violence of liberalism's unfulfilled promise of universality with the violence of its fulfillment for particularity. The tension between metaphysics and positivism in the crisis of the sciences is a mediated derivation of the social crises to court. The derivation of the contemporary insecurity in sociological judgment with respect to the future is only a mere image of the contemporary social insecurity in general. In the same 1926 introductory lecture, quoted above, Horkheimer presents the interwar crisis of the sciences, the dispute between metaphysics and positivism, as a refractory expression of generalized social crisis. recapitulated liberalism's conflict with its unrecognized double in fascism, within the sciences themselves, where liberalism provokes fascist reaction against it by the unreflected barbarism in liberalism itself. Positivism provokes metaphysical reaction by virtue of its own unreflected metaphysical core. Metaphysics, dominated by the craving to bring an eternal meaning into a life which offers no way out, turns to philosophical practices such as the direct intellectual or intuitive apprehension of truth, and finally to blind submission to a personality. And as this form of social organization becomes increasingly crisis-prone and insecure, all those who regard its characteristics as eternal are sacrificed to the institutions which are intended to substitutes for the lost religion. Positivism, a pathetic re-regard action of the part of liberalism's formalistic epistemology, which turns into public obsequiousness in the service of fascism, for the apparent rigor and precision of thought promoted by it, fundamentally turns out to be the same objectivity that gives both workers and entrepreneurs their due in conflicts, and testifies with sacred oaths to neutrality at the same moment when the victims are being annihilated by bombs of neutral provinces. Early critical theory can no more be defined by reference to the double front against metaphysics and positivism than metaphysics or positivism can define themselves in relative isolation from generalized social crisis without, in this very gesture of abdicating any reflexive appropriation of their genesis from it, handing themselves back over to it. Understanding the structural dynamic of late capitalist society gives early critical theory a singular distinctive task. Formulated negatively, as Horkheimer does in several letters of the late 1930s, the successful liberal defense of capitalist society means the reproduction of the necessary conditions for the indefinite socialization of new Hitlers. For the early capitalist theorist, true anti-fascism is anti-capitalism, and true anti-capitalism is revolutionary socialism. In unpublished fragments written in the mid-30s, such as Bourgeois World, Horkheimer is unequivocal. The late bourgeois know that their ideals will either and only be realized through a proletarian revolution and within a socialist order, or will never be realized at all. If there can be any theoretical knowledge in the field of human and social life, if anything whatsoever has been manifestly proven by history, then it is this insight. Therefore, those who carry the bourgeois ideals, not so much in their words but in their hearts, find as little community with those miserable liberals and democrat reformers as they do with the fascists themselves. And conversely, both of these groups know very well that their enemy is simply uncompromising knowledge in the attitude which corresponds to it. However, conventional interpretations of the Frankfurt School in this period is a highly depoliticized one and consists of two theses. First, that the initial research phase of ISR in Exile, 1933 to 39, is a continuation of their pre-33 research program of study and criticism of bourgeois society, and seems largely unaffected by more pressing issues like anti-Semitism and fascism until World War II begins. Second, that the ISR's flight from Frankfurt in 1933 is supposed to have forced its core members and their close associates to reflect on their unexamined socialist sympathies for the first time, just as it made their continued commitment to socialist politics impossible. The conventional interpretation, which I have elsewhere called the cliché of the long farewell to Marxism, in short, is that the ISR's core work in the 1930s is untimely in the pejorative sense, and their experience through the rest of the decade forces them to confront fascism and abandon socialism. My hope is that the essays in this collection will contribute to proving this interpretation untenable. In these polemics, Horkheimer presents the foundations of early critical theory as open sites of contestation against liberal apologists for the blood and stupefying domination of capital to the other side and the fascist enforcement of its order to the other. No other grounds are needed nor sought in his opening remark for the discussion about the task of Protestantism in secular civilization. Horkheimer asks his interlocutors, accept the barbaric nature, das Barbarisch, of my explanation in advance, for my reaction is relatively barbaric indeed. Insisting any theoretical diagnosis of the problems of the present refuses to pass judgment on spiritual decay or cultural decline before addressing itself to the ordinary brutalities of needless suffering from hunger or cold. As Horkheimer writes in Domination, There are people who will not be disturbed about the existence of evil because they have a theory that accounts for it. Here, I am also thinking of some Marxists who, in the face of wretchedness, quickly proceed to show why it exists. Even comprehension can be too quick. The rhetorical form of polemic is for the sleepwalking social theorist of late capitalism who, like the mourning fathers of Freud's Traumatung, dream of deathless burning so as to not wake to the stench of the burning corpse. This is Horkheimer's review of Spengler. To summarize it at the start, Spengler mistakes the appearance of history for its essence and ends up viewing historically produced social relations, such as war, hierarchy, domination, property, conquest, suffering, etc., as eternal facets of human nature, which he proceeds to actually celebrate, which he calls pessimism. He views human history as violent, and therefore violence is natural, and therefore it's good. From this position, he's able to conclude that attempts to overcome this trend in human history is a sign of weakness. This is ideology masked as realism, and a mockery of any respect for the human being and his possibilities. Pessimism works exactly this way. Inequality exists, therefore equality is impossible. War exists, therefore peace is impossible. And ideology exists, therefore truth is impossible, and so on. But describing something as historically real doesn't prove it's historically necessary. That's literally what the is-ought gap is. This is all emblematic of how he confuses appearance and essence. He discusses how nations compete, classes fight, states pursue power, etc., and concludes that the desire for domination is the ultimate cause of it all. He doesn't stop and ask what social relations produce such competition or conflict in the first place. Spengler remains enraptured by big numbers, the length that empires last, how much area was in a civilization, how much people are in an army, all of that. He spends way too much time on that. He sees demographics and cycles and trends and feels a sense of profundity in such things simply because the scale is large. But the magnitude doesn't have nothing to help investigation. Spengler is correct that the fate of history does not depend on the intellectual, that no future deed can ever undo blood and misery of the past, or that senseless struggle does in fact characterize the history of humanity. But this does not make suffering a value in itself to be celebrated as a sort of prime mover of history. Spengler's hatred of the worker and his misanthropy is given such violent expression, it is as if he wishes to escape the accusation of having these qualities by making them his explicit ideals. The powerless identify with power and transform their submission into admiration, and so instead of criticizing domination, they can end up glorifying it. This is why there are many people who seem to celebrate strength and domination for their own sake. They say things like, might makes right, but then when they're done saying might makes right, they complain about how the world doesn't operate on the lens they want, because it's, they don't have the might, I guess. I don't know. It's totally, anyone saying might makes right is stupid, unless they're like a nihilist, because it's a nihilistic phrase. If you believe might makes right, you can't complain about anything, because it's just, you lack the might. Anyways, as though identifying with the victor allows them to escape their own vulnerability. This is literally Nietzsche's concept of resentment, by the way. This is literally what the resentment is, for if you want that explained as simply as possible. But we can't just reduce Spengler to ideology. He is still accurately mapping out the appearance of history in a novel way. There is an often ignored connection between culture and power, the importance of large historical structures, and the decline of civilizations. The issue is not at all that Spengler is too pessimistic, but his reconciliation and lionization of domination. Alright, now let's move on to the text, which is Horkheimer's review of Spengler's The Hour of Decision. The Faustian culture of Europe, says Spengler, is threatened by two terrible revolutions. The revolution of the white world in the struggle between the classes, and the revolution of the colored world in the struggle between the races. Spengler interprets the class struggle as the mob revolt of all the best and most basic and most common instincts against the strong and noble race of the propertied. As for Spengler, property is a matter of race, a gift of which vanishingly few are capable, the result of long breeding conducted by exalted dynasties. The economic social forms and theories of class struggle are only a mask, as it was not the economic misery capitalism brought to the masses, but merely professional agitation that led to the emergence of socialism. So the goal of socialist movement is nothing but overthrowing the brain and money millionaires and enjoying the latter's wealth for themselves. The motives of the class struggle are the greed, envy, and vengefulness of the class intellectuals, who use and abuse the worker as their most convenient sellsword for their own designs and personal ambitions. These intellectuals have refashioned the worker into a martyr of society, whereas the truth is, or at least has been since the trade union and workers' parties became the real rulers of the state, since around 1916, the worker is himself the exploiter of capitalist society. His wages are a purely political affair, and are raised by violence high above his real needs, reducing industry to ruins. It's funny, this is exactly what conservatives think. It's kind of wild. Like, even conservatives today, they still think this. Like, they see, like, I don't know, workers get paid, like, slightly more money or something, and they start talking about how, like, this is socialism, you know? They're the poor, you know, large companies are struggling under the weight of, you know, having to pay an almost livable wage, you know? It's just so bizarre that people are largely also workers, I guess just in other industries, I guess what is they always think like, oh, it's someone else getting more, you know? And it's like they literally think other people getting more money means they get less money because they have an economically illiterate concept of inflation, where it's caused by people who are poor receiving more money than they should, in quotes. Like, but businesses pay poor people as little as possible, actually. So, I don't know. It's very bizarre. I mean, if people don't just spontaneously demand, like, to make more money. What happens is they need, like, if gas is $4 a gallon, for example, like it is, you know, right now, if you're lucky, actually, it's higher other places. But if gas $4 a gallon, you can't work $12 an hour. You'll make negative money, you know, if you work for that little. You'll literally lose money working for that little, you know. But they chalk it all up to some sort of secret agenda or something, or you know, the people these days just refusing to work or something like that, even though people are actually more productive than ever. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, it seems like every conservative viewpoint just has no basis at all in reality, and it blatantly contradicts basic reasoning and, you know, basic understanding of the topics. Anyways, I lost my place. Give me a second. His wages are a purely political affair and are raised by violence high above his real needs, reducing industry to ruins. Thus, the present world crisis was brought about knowing and willingly by labor leadership. Leadership which cannot grasp that there are two kinds of labor. Labor which only a few very human beings of rank are bred for, and the other labors of whose whole value consists in the duration, the quantum. You are born into one as much as the other. Such is fate. This cannot be changed. While the interpretation of this social development comprises nearly the whole book, the revolution of the colored world is summarily dispatched in just a few pages. The assault of the colored races, Asians in particular, on the white race, which is funny, by the way, Asians historically have not been viewed as smart or whatever, like stereotypically. That really only came out in the 90s. It's very interesting when you read, like, very old racist writings. Kind of like, so Engels is, like, progressively racist in Origin of the Family, Chapter 1. And this positions that Africans are the smartest race and Asians are the dumbest because their skull sizes. But, like, their brain size. But brain size is proportional to your size. So, like, that's the real reason why. But, I don't know, it's just funny, like, but anyways. The assault of the colored races, Asians in particular, on the white race, which has been sapped of its power by the World War and the tool today to degenerate further into pacifism, is already underway. Salvation, if still possible at all, can only come from a new Caesarism, from the absolute dictatorship of a great individual, reinforced by the strength of a hordes from which the legions of Rome will be reborn. Germany is the soul best suited for this savior dictatorship because here alone, in Prussianism, is there still a race strong and healthy enough for such a dictatorship. I like how that's his argument. It's literally just, I feel like my race is the best, and so that is the race that will prevail. On such a diagnostic, no scientific judgment can be passed. To the extent it goes beyond what is obvious, it expresses the personal feelings of the author. It is, in his political confession, the negation of all, that Spengler does not consider Prussian to also extends to the values which, at least since Christianity entered the world, have shone a light on humanity. Goodness, justice, and humanity, values which, incidentally, have been the ideals of more than a few Prussians, appears to Spengler as mere weakness and lies. In a single sweeping condemnation, he refuses the idealism and materialism of modern philosophy because he is quite right to see that both are concerned with the betterment of human existence, to be in freedom and happiness, be it in the blossoming of art, poetry, and thinking. The fate of history falls on the shoulders of more robust powers, and he finds this good. It would be presumptuous to seek the master living history with bookish systems and ideals. To him, all the objectives of the liberal bourgeoisie are bookish. Christian morality, too, insofar as it does not exclusively consist in sheer renunciation. Christian theology is the grandmother of Bolshevism. Human history is the history of war, and so it will always remain. Spengler sings its praises and calls this bold pessimism. With such an attitude of the soul, he can even muster enthusiasm about the present. These are stupendous decades we live in. Stupendous, that is, frightening and devoid of happiness. It is clear he hates happiness, but not, of course, possessions. The will to own possessions and property is only base when found among the working class, but not among those who have already been blessed with both. Rather, for him, this will is the Nordic meaning of life. It dominates the shape of our entire history, from the conquest of semi-mythical kings down to the form of the family in the present, which dies out when the idea of property does. Whoever wants for this instinct, they are not of the race. This pseudo-materialist conception of history may contain an element of truth. It is true that the fate of history does not depend upon intellectual, but upon wholly different, more robust powers. It is true that no future deed can ever undo the blood and misery the basic template of history, past and present, is written in. It is true that despite all the sung and unsung heroes who exist in our shallow time, much as in the other, existence for the greater part of humanity is a senseless struggle with poor results. It is true that a lot of the individuals in today's society is determined, much as in all the chaotic times, by the play of blind forces. But the hymn to meaninglessness, the pleasure taken in the fact that history is yet more natural history than human history, the triumph satisfaction that it never will be better, and that everyone who believes it would were wrong, betray a mockery of any respect for the human being and his possibilities. The all too simple anthropology, that man is evil from birth, as false in its exclusivity as its opposite, corresponds today not to the skepticism of the true connoisseur of history, but only to bitterness. Spengler's work is a necromancy of Machiavelli, but without the latter's belief in the possibility of a happy future. Spengler is a realist. He stands firm on the soil of reality full of horrors. What others held against the age of abhorrent, he makes the guiding principle of the Nordic man he so reveres. Property, not for the sake of plenty and happiness, whoever wills contentment alone does not deserve to exist, but for the sake of acquisition, more possessions and more power, and so forth, for all eternity. This character has been depicted in literature, in Richard Wagner's Alberic, Schatz zu schaffen und Schatz zu bergen, nichts mehr nihilblen, nach doch mit dem Hort in die Gehalf denk ich dann Wunder zu wirken, die ganz Welt gewinn ich mit in mir zu igen. The force incarnated in Alberic is also the meaning of meaningless history, which Spengler affirms. He often speaks of culture, but because this culture has neither the happiness of human beings, or even their betterment as content culture itself becomes a hopeless mechanism, the interlocuting gears. In it, joy is no value. Hage min son hash de frohin. The text is a consummate and grandiose expression of this barbaric state of mind. Accordingly, the luster of its language drives less from the depth or the clarity of thought than the imposing dimension of its object. Spengler considers preoccupation with the small contemptible and glorifies the sublime, not the moral sublime, which also does not escape his contempt, but the mathematical sublime, the vastness of time, geographical breadth and distance. Later numbers, the quantitatively immeasurable, in short, the constant, what Spengler calls the Faustian, and Hegel, the bad infinite. I love that word. His pathos may therefore be especially moving for those who are thrilled by sheer mass. The mass Spengler speaks of with undisguised disgust when he made up of workers, but which, as the embodiment of years or kilometers, underlies his hierarchy of values. Even among political forces, what makes the greatest impression on him is quantity. Expansiveness is a power, politically and militarily, which has never been overcome, he says with reference to Russia, and repeats with reference to America. The changing content of politics plays a minor role for him. It always comes down to one and the same, sheer power. The superficiality of the book, which pretends to be a scourge of the shallowness of our time, is particularly evident given its fundamental categories. Nietzsche's hymn to man as beast of prey still had, despite everything, a social critical undertone, one which connected him with the impressionistic currents of his contemporaries. It was a protest against the growing inhibition of human powers through the ossifying bourgeois order. Individual tendencies of the enlightened are still alive in him. Spengler's braggadocious idolization of the beast that lives in men and states appears to be nothing more than a projection of the petty bourgeois Philistine's experience of the imperialist politics of the present into eternity. Because the little man sees the Volker are indeed jealous of each other but knows not why, makes the surface into its own ground. He claims the sheer lust for plunder and power are responsible. He confuses essence and appearance. Spengler's enthusiasm for history, at least as it appears in bad textbooks, for the sheer form of strength, for conquest, for punching down, for domination, for the show of brutality within and without, for the elevation of barbaric contempt of law and injustice into principle, and who breaks into tearful lamentation whenever he feels his own cause has been done in injustice. All these features of Spengler's work outline, with great precision, a caricature of the Prussian character, the likes of which only his professed enemies could draw. This author has taken a legend seriously. He has modeled his inmost self upon it. His hatred of the worker, indeed his misanthropy, is given such violent expression, it is as if he wished to escape the accusation of having these qualities by making them his explicit ideals. That's a great way of looking at it. As the consummate documents of a disposition that inclines towards sheer oppression, which, out of secret scruples, hardens and defines and fashions the theory for itself from its lust for domination, the book possesses psychological and historical values. By no means, however, should it be considered representative of the prevailing, and in sociological terms, extremely complex, intellectual currents in present-day Germany. Several of its features belong to the pre-war Junker spirit, whose effectiveness today is severely impaired. Some in German criticism have already declined it. Herr Doppler, your letter in April 18th with the enclosed text has reached me at a time... Excerpt from Horkheimer to J. Doppler, sorry. Herr Doppler, your letter of April 18th with the enclosed text has reached me at a time when the work before me is always beyond me. While trying to secure the financial means for the continuation of our studies and a series of rather complicated negotiations, I have been able to finish a number of smaller works of my own, and in collaboration with other members of the institution have completed a manuscript of a larger sociological anthology, the Studien über Autoritet und Familie. Even now, however, I have barely a quarter of an hour left over the most necessary correspondence. Therefore, I hope you'll forgive me for only being able to skim through the draft of your dissertation on Spengler's philosophy of history all too quickly. On the basis of this draft, however, it is hardly possible to see how exactly you mean to approach the matter. I am certain you will avoid a danger which in turns your disposition might remind one of, namely, playing out a sociological doctrine of social position against cultural morphology. Relative to the efforts of the latest Wissensociology, To ascribe all cultural achievements in theoretical, artistic, political, or other domains to some so-called social situation, which is moreover very poorly defined, Spengler's undertaking may still be called concrete. His attempt to bring what happens in spiritual domain into connection with the power politics of people and nations is certainly highly inadequate, but the perspective which he opens up in his way, and above all in a series of connections which he uncovers, may at the very least be some limited service within the framework as of a correct theory of history. As you yourself have mentioned in your exposé, Spengler has enriched historical research in many respects. Reading The Decline, for all the indignation it arouses, at least expands the horizon of a thinking which has grown accustomed to the average histories. The Wissenschaftliche, this means sociologist, but I don't know, Wissenssoziology of the present cannot offer you this. But you know this as well as I do, and I am certain you will be careful not to make rush classifications of the ideologies and situations, or make all too sharp divisions between objective and subjective concepts of value in the Weberian sense. Just as you are certain to not apply a static concept of a system in the attempt to define the position of history within the system of sciences, true scientific cognition has a determinate structure in any other one historical instant. But both of the moments which condition this structure, the object of cognition and cognizing subject, are caught up in a continuous transformation. Even if we were to call this theory of the transformation itself history, there can be no doubt that history grasped in such a way is closely connected with certain practical interest. It is entirely conceivable that there comes a historical state of affairs in which the cognition centers not so much on that which transforms as one which is relatively constant. Increased interest in history itself corresponds to the real struggles of the present, and this is no inducement to make history into metaphysics instead of natural sciences, as was previously the case. I will search for the critique you mentioned as soon as I find some time. You can imagine how difficult it is to find such manuscripts in my current situation. I hope it will come to light in the course of some of the cleanup operation I am currently planning, and if so, I will send it to you immediately. This next section is Horkheimer's review of Bergson's The Two Sources of Morality and Religion, 1933. To contrast this with the section on Spengler before, while Spengler's error is glorifying domination, Bergson's error is spiritualizing emancipation. One views history as power, while the other views it as creativity. Both are referencing the real appearance of phenomena, but both miss the concrete social conditions that make either possible. Bergson posits that human beings can break beyond existing social norms and institutions. However, he understands this breakthrough through mystical intuitions in exceptional individuals rather than through historical and social contradictions. Since I imagine most people here won't be familiar with Bergson, what he's talking about is that there is for him a closed morality, which holds society together and is part of maintaining social cohesion. However, there is as well an open morality. Sometimes a radically new moral vision can appear through extraordinary individuals who open humanity towards universal love. This is a morality that embraces humanity as a whole. For history to advance, such figures occasionally must appear. And to be clear, Horkheimer agrees with a bit of this. History does change, generally new things do appear, and morality is not reducible to biological needs for society to exist. But society does contain forces that push beyond existing institutions. So something genuinely new does emerge, and it isn't just repetition, but Bergson fails to recognize that the open morality he talks about has social conditions of its own. As much as closed morality does, conformity is explained socially, but metaphysics have to be imported by Bergson to explain liberation as a result. This is kind of cheating, it's kind of a mystical explanation. If social conditions are what explains obedience, then social conditions also have to be able to explain revolt, ultimately. And where Bergson sees stable society, which isn't interrupted by occasional transcendence, what's actually happening is that contradiction inside society itself is occurring. The forces that produce conformity are as well what produces resistance. The new does not descend from heaven or out of nowhere, but from this historical tension. Bergson's solution to social problems is ultimately a sort of inner transformation, a new spiritual orientation in relationship to life, or, quote, humanity will change only if it wants to change. And that's a translated quote to be clear. But this ignores the fact that humanity is not in present reality a unified abstract concept which can be rationally organized. We live in a divided class society, and the collective subject of humanity does not as of yet exist. And so, it cannot simply decide to change. A lot of what's being said here does have a lot of contemporary relevance to like discourses you see online and whatnot. I know a lot of people who, or I at least, I know some people and see a lot of people who are, I guess, at least in name, like spiritual or whatever, or like Gnostic or something. And they have like, I mean, there's 100 different, varieties and labels for it. And they kind of view society as broken because people are thinking wrongly and need some sort of awakening, some sort of expansion to their consciousness that will allow them to, quote unquote, inner transform into some sort of greater version of themselves, I guess. And the purpose of this is to face the tides of the modern world. But this is more or less kind of ignoring the social structure underneath that creates these sorts of things, and simply it's just a facet of personal reproduction being completely individualized in the modern world. People in this like spirituality stuff and similar things like maybe Stoicism, Eastern Voodoo, whatever, directly mirror pro-capitalism advocates who posit that the system works like this because it gets at an ideal form of human nature. And so spiritual people, ironically, are as well making the exact same unfalsifiable state of nature argument, where they are concluding that the world is bad because of all these, innate things of human nature. That are shared, actually, largely. They both think that people are all inherently in pursuit of money, power, etc., as much as possible, but have different responses to it. And in neither case is there an investigation of how institutions reproduce the incentive structure for this behavior. It's also kind of funny because in the section that I'm about to read, Bergson proposes simple living as a solution to how industrial society fails to deliver happiness. But the irony is that industrial society itself pushes people towards simple living, just not by choice. This is known as poverty, in case you were unaware. Simple living, yeah, it's called poverty. It's not liberation. It doesn't spiritually transcend you or whatever. People aren't actually excessively consuming at all. That's kind of the issue. Society is organized in such a way that people are not able to control their consumption effectively. And that's the problem with a lot of this, like, discourse about ethical consumption and whatever, or, like, ethical production as well, to an extent. Like, I don't know, just an example, maybe it's kind of weird, just something that came to my head is, like, sometimes there's discourse on Twitter about how, like, people who make, like, porn, like, not like studios, like, just random people who make porn, and there'll be discourse about, well, this type of porn's like unethical. And I was like, now I want to say, I don't think that's it. You can't discourse on that. I'm not trying to say that there's nothing to be said there. There's no conversation to be had. But something I think is often left out is that I'm assuming if it's like a random person and they're making porn, even if the porn's like unethical in some way, again, I mean, there is a limit. There is nuance to this, but it's like, My general position, my general baseline position isn't going to be a just blanket condemnation, because it's like, I'm assuming, unless I know, like, this person's, like, doing well, I'm assuming they're probably, like, people I don't think they're generally making porn because they just enjoy it, right? Same with any job, right? Because it's supposed to be just normal work, right? Like, people don't get a job because they enjoy working generally, right? They get a job because they have to, and if they're lucky, it might be a job that they at least remotely kind of enjoy, right? So, I think that's like that's a majorly lost nuance, I think. I think because people are kind of importing their assumptions about like content creators, like in general, like just general content creators who probably are doing it because they think it's fun, because they might actually have a job and they just are making videos for fun. I think people like that, the people who know about that, since that's so prevalent, they bring it over into every sphere of the internet, where it doesn't really make sense to do. Oh, but anyways, back to this. His principal, this is a quote from Horkheimer, his principal fault seems to me to lie in the fact that he does not successfully conceive the interaction of sensibility and the understanding in the actual science, and therefore arrives at an unwarranted rejection of conceptual thinking. Which is to say, that seems a little complex, but it breaks down pretty easily. He believes, Bergson, that concepts distort reality, and that the world is effectively water, like to reference the pre-Socratic conception. And so concepts are like freezing in the water, like freeze ice, I guess. And therefore, pure intuition is superior because it's like water, because it's like this, universal mobilism. And and to be clear, like he is kind of true, reality is indeed dynamic, but concepts are still necessary to understand it. We can't abandon thought, because this is equivalent to saying to abandon thought, right? But you can't just abandon thought, because it's like that. Then you're not able to really analyze things, which is kind of the point of theory, right? So you can criticize concepts for being insufficiently dynamic or missing stuff, but ultimately what we have to do is develop better concepts. History is not actually some sort of creative flow, but struggle, domination, suffering, etc. That's also all part of it. Like kind of what Spengler was saying in the last section. Like that's also part of it. Okay, and if reduced down to creativity and psychological drives, like Bergson is kind of doing in this book, that erases antagonism and reifies appearance. Which is also what Spengler does, just with the other direction, where he just only cares about struggle, domination, etc., and he doesn't care about anything else. But the task of critical theory is not to abandon or worship concepts, but to think dialectically about concepts in the world itself. Because Bergson ends up just dissolving conceptual solidifications, social problems appear more as spiritual problems to him, and the question of what social conditions make freedom possible remain unanswered. Anyways, that's basically a summary of what Horkheimer's about to say. Now I'm going to read the text. In his new book, Bergson does not simply restrict himself. Bergson, source, I don't know, some rang Bergson. In his new book, Bergson does not simply restrict himself to a schematic application of his previous philosophical views to society, but instead offers a series of highly stimulating reflections on a number of social philosophical questions. It is clear that he is still closer to the impressionistic origin of his philosophy than he is to the political function his fundamental thoughts have since acquired by the virtue of historical developments. The intuitionism he once helped found now plays the role of a diversion from the theory of the tendencies of society as a whole. The new book shows that Bergson, to the contrary, is concerned, albeit in a highly abstract way, with the actual progression of history. In the spirit of French positivism, he explains morality and religion on the basis of the needs of society. The moral close aims of the conservation of the existing social structures. As the natural tendency of every individual human being to obey the system of customs that prevails in his social group, and to do so indefinitely, it corresponds to instinct in the rest of the world of the living. This morality consists in the fact that the individual conducts himself as a member of the social units into which he was born. It binds him to his family and his nation, and it separates him from the other families and other nations. The universal love of humankind, or humanness, is, according to Bergson, connected to the overt morals, and therefore must not be considered a mere extension of feelings related more immediately to instinct. The greater quantitative measure in its object corresponds to a difference in the quality of its affect. The moral ouverture appears to Bergson as the momentary unforeseeable incursion of the metaphysical stream of life into human history. The points of incursion are those great men, certain whom's dont chacun se trus constitue une espèce composée d'un seul individu. These men give voice to a radically new sensibility for the world, one that is imitated by the many. The new becomes absorbed into the old circle of life and merges into it, at which point the circle becomes closed once again. Bergson fails to recognize the morale ouverte upon which, for Bergson, human progress depends, has social conditions of its own, as much as the moral close morale close, in accordance with the fundamental separation between intuition and analytical science in his philosophy. He separates the open, forward-thinking, revolutionary, and moral intuition from the system of customs that belongs to the self-preservation of closed society. Thus, he fails to recognize the fundamental dynamic of forward-driving and retarding moments within history. The dialectic of society close de ouverte, the distinction between open and closed morality, corresponds to the distinction between dynamic and static religion. With his explanation of static religion as a system of narratives, Bergson once again displays his affinity to positivist naturalism. Static religion is nature's defense reaction against the thought of the inevitability of death. Mediated by the human capacity to create fables, it is therefore a purposive measure required by the kind of life which, in contrast to the life of the animal, has been endowed with intelligence. Static religion also promotes the subordination of egotistical goals to considerations of the general welfare. But without its development being identical to the development of closed morality, the function of static morality is always directly entwined with national needs. The tradition of religious narratives has its own history. Static religion, in contrast, is closed morality, need only incorporate social obligation, without which every social bond would be torn asunder. And yet static religion is merely the expression, in a sense, the formulation tempered by the understanding of the mystical certainty, whereby the human being knows himself to be one with the stream of life, with the power of creation that transcends all individual lives. Dynamic religion consists not in the narrative that blind intellect to one another for the sake of their continued existence, but in one's identification with the life each of us might find within ourselves, the life pulsing through and beyond every fixed form. All legends, all gods, are products of the creative activity from which the universe itself arises unceasingly. The true mysticism does not stop at ecstasy. Not only does it disseminate the content of its ecstasy through its teaching, but itself becomes the power of creation in which the mystic is immersed, and is expressed in his life. Sa direction est celle même de l'élan de la vie, elle c'est elle-même. In connection with this doctrine of morality and religion, Bergson subsequently turns his gaze to future development and states that industrialism et machinisme have failed to bring humanity to the happiness it once hoped they would. He believes in the overpopulation of Europe, indeed in the rapid overpopulation of the whole world, and so, like the late Max Scheler, falls prey to the Malthusian line of thinking. A true Lieben philosophe, the metaphysician, he finds salvation in inner conversion. He believes that simple life could replace the mechanismus of the present if the material pleasures sought after today were to fade before a new mystical intuition. In a passing remark, however, Bergson says that the needfulness of human beings in the present stems from the fact qua la production in general nitant pas sufflument organis las products ne trovant pas eshinga. He had pursued this thought in it might have led him out of philosophy into science. La humanité ne se modifiera que se elle veut se modifier la humanité. However, he has for the time being as little unified as will as it does a rational form of organization. The roots of this want can be comprehended only through a rigorous study of the most advanced economics and psychology. If simple life could help humanity, it would long since have been rescued. For the overwhelming majority of all humans live in misery. As little as the finiteness of knowing can be overcome by the immersion in creative life without regarding for rational science, just as little will social need fade away by turning inward. The intuition from which Bergson hopes for salvation in history as in knowing has a unified object: life, centrifugal force, duration, creative development. In reality, however, humanity is sundered, and the intuition that would penetrate through the contradiction into unity loses sight of what is historically vital, what lies right before its eyes. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Hans Cornelius. At present, I am in the midst of completing a rather comprehensive critique of the latest book of Bergson's, La Pensée et la Mouvante. He belongs, after all, to those few philosophers who deserve to be taken seriously. His principal fault seems to me to lie in the fact that he does not successfully conceive of the interaction of sensibility and the understanding in actual sciences, and therefore arrives in an unwarranted rejection of conceptual thinking. Such disregard leads him to create the myth of the Lebensraum, which flows through the world, of a harmonizing fable in the most blatant contradiction with the actual course of human history. On irrationalism in philosophy. The descendants of the old rationalism and empiricism have defended themselves against the increasing ostracism of thought, in part with very astute arguments. Some have even pointed out that the social functions of irrationalism, Rickert, for example, describes Scheller's book on the genius of war, which serves to justify war as the climax of state effectiveness, as entirely consistent with the spirit of Lebensverlauf. Anyone who not only sees that natural vital life is growth, that it struggles against other life as check, but at the same time sees in this biological law a norm for all cultural life, must indeed think like Scheller. Excerpt from Adorno to Horkheimer, 225-35. I have read the new issue of the ZFS with great enthusiasm. I found the Bergson essay quite extraordinary. The passage on the historian as receiver moved me most profoundly. It is astonishing how completely here the consequences of your atheism, about which I believe you less and less the more fully you explicate it, for with every explication, this metaphysical force intensifies, runs into those of my theological intentions, which, however uneasy they make you, nevertheless have consequences which are entirely indistinguishable from yours. I could even invoke the motive of the rescue of the hopeless as the central motive of all of my efforts without needing to take anything more, except perhaps to add to that the historical depiction of suffering in the non-emergence of the reader, about whom you remain silent, but is nevertheless the sole reader to whom such a history of creaturely suffering could be addressed. And of course, I believe that just as not one of his thoughts would have a right to breathe if it were confronted by your atheism, it did not prove itself unconcealed and true, so too not one of your thoughts could be thought without this. What for, as a source of strength through death, which burrows more forcefully into your thinking the more tightly you try to seal it away. Just as that ray of light which is not blocked by any wall, but even possesses the power to reveal the innermost composition of the wall itself. I do not believe it would be a pointless and ideologically bourgeois beginning if we finally, instead of leaving the question unresolved, not as thought it could be solved, yet we can renounce its solution even less. Talked this matter through to the end, and unraveled it in full, and for my own part, I can imagine all manner of social theoretical consequences could stem from this, which would therefore also justify such a beginning when considered under the aspect of your present anti-metaphysics. Excerpt from Adorno to Horkheimer, 8:21-35. Germany was more horrific than ever before. The country has truly become hell, down to the smallest details of daily life. As for the fates of those closest to us, we only know so much. Liesl Paxman is dead. Official reports say she died of pneumonia at her relatives. In reality, for more reliable sources, she died a political prisoner in Dusseldorf. No one even knows where and whether she committed suicide, as they reported, or she was murdered. Perhaps the Institute can make inquiries. Willy Dorter has been sentenced to many years in prison for dissemination of communist propaganda. Langerhans has disappeared. No one even knows if he's still alive. Even Gunther Stern's sister is in prison, serving a year-long sentence for harboring communists. You've surely heard of the Dubislav case. It has directly nothing to do with political matters, but is only conceivable against the background of all the horrors of Germany. After his wife mysteriously committed suicide, he gouged out his girlfriend's eyes with a corkscrew. He's in custody, now in a clinic where they're keeping close observations of his mental state, writing his autobiography under the title Love Blinds. In this case, at any rate, it did the other. This is the horizon in which I have had to exist for 4 months now. You can imagine then how I'm feeling. You ever ask someone how they're feeling and they just reply like this? What do you even say to that? I have doggedly applied myself to a study of your work, and I found some happiness in this. I have just made this connection between two of your insights. First, your theory of the dependence of prediction on its object against Husserl's belief in predetermined objects as such, without consideration of whether their structure can or even must be changed. Second, your critique of Bergson, who undialectically dissolves conceptual solidifications without, at the same time, assuming their cognitive function. In other words, against his undialectical dynamics, I regard his analysis a decisive achievement. This is a book review of Theodor Heger's The Christian in History, 1936. Albeit, it's not really as much of a book review of that, as much as it is an attempt to answer the question of, if there is no God, why continue caring about justice? The Spengler essay attacks the worship of power. The Bergson essay attacks the worship of life, while this one kind of attacks worship itself. Can one reject God and still preserve the demand for justice? Religion cannot be dismissed as mere superstition, as it preserves something profoundly important, such as the ideas of the resurrection of the dead, the last judgment, and eternal life. The metaphysical truth of these doctrines is not relevant as much as the human need to express by them, which are real. Theology is ultimately about how injustice remains unsolved. The issue is not religion, but any worldview that becomes comfortable with suffering. The human need for infinite bliss is fully revealed for the first time and enters into opposition to the wretchedness of earthly conditions. Or, in other words, despair is no argument against truth. Reality does not suddenly become false because it is unbearable. The thought that none of the prayers of the persecuted in the hour of their greatest need reach for their destination is a monstrous thought. But it is as well a true thought. The emotional force that makes religion socially necessary still remains relevant. Religion contains the longing for justice, reconciliation, and redemption. Materialism should explain these things. The theological image is false, but the suffering is real. Religion is a distorted expression of something true, the human longing for a world without domination. An important quote, the finite goals for which the fighters and enlighteners of all times have met their deaths are distinguished from death precisely by their finite spans of happiness for which these fighters died. People struggle not for heaven, but finite happiness. We must not view history as a moral tribune, as the wicked can often prosper and the good can often suffer. The reason we care about suffering is precisely because lost happiness cannot be recovered. Anyways, this first starts off with an interlude about history and theology, and then it moves on into a more direct book review, and this is the question he's trying to answer in it for this analysis. Lao Tzu writes, "For compassion in war brings victory. In defense brings invulnerability. Whomsoever heaven would establish, it surrounds with a bulwark of compassion." The old Chinese man was already aware of this 700 years before our era. I believe that the ancient Chinese were not at all stupid. Doubtless, they had fewer prejudices. Doubtless, they dragged around fewer ideas from German philosophy professors. Lao Tzu says of the one who knows him, "Neither can one attain intimacy with him, nor can one remain distant from him. Neither one can profit from him, nor can one be harmed by him. Neither can one achieve honor through him, nor can one be debased by him. He is therefore the noblest person on earth, and about the exercise of power. Ruling a big kingdom is like cooking a small fish." He also asserts, where armies have been established, briars and brambles will grow. Further, he, the good general, does not use force to seize for himself. He places placidity above all and refuses to predify weapons. If one predifies weapons, this is to delight in the killing of others. Further, weapons are instruments of evil omens, and victory in battle we commemorate with mourning ritual. I have indiscriminately chosen these words that he gives as advice to the rulers of the time. It is claimed that the rulers followed them. This was 700 years before Christ. We now live 2,000 years after the birth of Christ. Progress indeed. For the sake of progress, we now fly in airplanes, and a few years ago, the civilized world danced at the sight of the first airship. just like an Indian tribe before its medicine man. The sad thing about this is that many are suffering, and the danger is that this era will devour us. We are prepared. We are laughing. Horkheimer to Rosa Reicher and Fritz Polak. English abstract. If Hegel's book on history and the attitude of the Christian can be considered as an index, there seems to be a strong humanistic current in present-day Catholicism. Hegel develops in his book the Christian belief that history manifests the will of God, and that all wars, upheavals, and revolutions really occur for the salvation of the sound of the individual. He opposes the modern trend to defy nation and race, and presents the elevation of man from his fall, and is returned to God as the eternal goal of all that ever happens. Because Hegel insists upon the intrinsic value of each single man, because he refuses to accept the ruling totalitarian ideology of the day, even the non-Catholic can go a long way with him in his humanism. Horkheimer, however, demonstrates that the connection between this kind of humanism and Catholicism is a very loose one. The deep understanding of the human misery that is evident in Hegel's pages fits other convictions and persuasions just as well as it does in Catholic philosophy. Hegel's contention that to reject a sense and a meaning transcending the temporal world is to drive man to despair does not invalidate the rejection of a supernatural significance. Despair is no argument against truth. Grief over present is well justified. Nevertheless, as an attitude is possible, which permits of a positive cooperation in the historical task of the day. According to the genuine Christian, there is but one real goal in finitude, or Dialectic, death, the quiet of the grave. Whether the work of man endures for seconds, years, centuries, or even millions of years, the wind or storm, which will blow out and wash away any traces of all finite goals, will come. Any intellect which has not realized this has yet to attain its own natural heights. But even if one has, it does not follow that they can withstand it. For them, madness is a mercy. Lies and false doctrine, such as the eternal return of all things, are a refuge. Only the Christian outlook and faith offer some deliverance from this sinking. Final goals are posited in service of God, in service of the return to God. God is the infinite goal. Though the world may seem to be hell, God alone is the Lord of history. His will, all-powerful, the wills of men and devils serve. His unchangeable purpose and goal. The role of people is the tragedy or comedy of history, is assigned to them by the Creator, by the divine dramaturge and judge himself. Hegel's book did not originate with the intent to establish a new theory of history. His sole purpose is to outline the Christian, or rather the Catholic, conception. Through clarity of thought and language, by restricting itself to the essentials, this short work is meant to demonstrate the vitality of Catholic thought for a broader readership. For all his knowledge of the complexity of historical philosophical problems, Hegel never flees from the decisive questions into the fenced-off spheres of skilled specialists, which, in the safety of their isolation, secure their own irrelevance. He develops the Christian view as a whole. All that has beginning and end, all that exists, also has had history. All particular histories coalesce into universal history, which have begun will come to an end as well. Having particular histories having an order of rank. The history itself of a hero or a saint is hierarchically higher and fuller than that of the average human being. The history of animals, plants, and things refer to the history of the human being as the midpoint and purpose of creation. God himself is just as histories as values and ideas. That God, values, and ideas are realized or incarnated constitutes the course of history and determines its meaning, which, according to the Catholic conception, consists in elevating and raising up of human beings from out his fallen condition. Each individual must make this ascent for himself alone, even when the primary bearers of history are not individuals but social groups. History is ultimately about the salvation of each particular soul. In relation to the salvation of persons, all events in human and extra-human history acquire order and meaning. Specific historical trajectories are subject to the specific scientific methods of geologists, biologists, political economists, and psychologists as much as the critical scrutiny of historians. Nevertheless, they remain a meaningless multiplicity, chaos in the absence of the light bestowed by the Christian belief that, through Christ's incarnation, the divine human process is woven into the profanity, whereby the latter acquires its proper reality and infinite significance for the first time. God, man, and the devil are the active forces in this process. Through external events might play an important role in deciding whether man falls prey to this temptation of the devil or submits himself to the divine grace. The decision ultimately takes place in the subject himself. The subject stands between two unequal powers. On the one side, the evil power attempts, within the boundaries drawn by providence, to seduce the human being to abuse the freedom he was given by his creator. On the other, God himself reveals the path of salvation through his church. People and nations rule and disappear one after the other, but the church endures till this end of days. Even if it is apparent that many of her representatives abandon the path laid out in advance by the gospel and flout the prescriptions to conquer without weapons through the Spirit alone, to bless those who curse you. The church does, at the very least, continue to preach such principles from its pulpit, and her servants have sealed those words with their lives time and time again. The people, or Volk, of God, however, who remain true to the gospel to the end and endure before eternity, will not be the kind of natural community, or of race or nation, that struts across the world today, but rather, or so we may believe, a community of individuals who come from all peoples. In opposition to the writings of many modern philosophers of religion who spiritualize, dissipate, and even abandon the content of their faith to the effect that the reader can only guess from the theological coloring of their style what it is the author truly wants. Hegel actually proclaims a faith by virtue of Hegel's independence from the prevailing currents of our time, his fidelity to determine the current ideas, and above all, his profound longing for universal justice. Hegel's words arouses our respect, even if it is ultimately misleading. The ground of Hegel's thinking, in contrast to many of the appointed functionaries of the church today, is formed by the tension between the events of the present and the faith. In many passages, there is an evident contempt for the contemporary Weltanschauung, which glorifies sheer natural power or the nation of a leader. The content of that mass illusion enslaving entire peoples, which it seems to us considers less in someone believing the latest marketable follies in earnest than in everyone forgetting that true conviction is possible, given the custom of adopting whichever mindset is in the lead one moment to the next. This content is revealed by language alone. Eternal heroes, eternal peoples, temporal eternities. Contradictions in adjecto. Hegel knows very well that no judgment is too false, no obsession is too tasteless and subaltern, that it could not just be the right means for the consolation and pacification of degraded humanity. As if being swallowed and subordinated beneath whatever pretends to be the highest nation and race, the fashionable surrender of independent thought and action, this self-misunderstood idealist action, abandon, were synonymous with true humility. A world in which the obedient mass has, as false collectivity, become an idol unto itself, would do well to remember that even among and inside the Volker, history is always and originally driven further by individuals who oppose the inertia of the existing order. The condition of progress is that, at times, often tragic detachment of the individual from his community. That is, the struggle internal to the national group. And if the cooperation of free human beings in shaping the world is, as a rule, overestimated by non-Christians, at least the Europeans, so this Catholic declares, Christians should not imagine that history is made by God or the devil alone. that humans cannot change anything essential. Historical change and progress are, to a great extent, in the hands of human beings. It is up to us to oppose bad politics with good politics. Without naming it, Hegel describes the totalitarian state. The meaning of the political one, which has unfortunately prevailed, is the utilization and manipulation of human beings as means on the basis of psychological insight or empathy, Einfühlung, to achieve some purpose or goal, whether it is just or unjust. This is precisely the definition of modern mass domination. The substance of true politics aims at a just order among men. The book demands the reader make a decision about its content, about a mode of conduct that has fallen out of fashion of the zeitgeist, particularly with regard of religious intuitions. Hegel rightly exorciates the vague kind of thinking which confuses the fact that contradictory doctrines with the same degree of veracity have been defended in history with the notion that there exist contradictory truths, but he does not elaborate on the social ground of this laxity. The relativism characteristic of the bourgeoisie in the liberal phase is still true of the bourgeoisie in the totalitarian phase. Notwithstanding the unconditional mode of address and regimented thinking of the present, the religion that resides completely within its own social praxis is ever and always the narrow-minded materialism of profit and power. In response, important social groups have closed themselves off to and alienate themselves from truth altogether. The higher realm with classical idealism evaporated into fiction with positivism and degraded as a naked means of domination with the heroic realism of our day. When the demagogue of today turns away from the principle and the deeds of his patrons at home on the basis of foreign policy, his words are often accompanied with a wink of the eye to the hoodwinked masses, a gesture which cannot be seen from the outside. The wink, which affirms the only bad intentions are truly honest, relativizes the specific content of his words. It is the barren truth of his speech. So-called authentic culture already bore this physiognomic feature of the Volkish mass speaker. Where religion is concerned, the real state of affairs has been plain for a long time now. The bourgeoisie believe ardently it is in its necessity, but not so much its truth. When Hegel refrains from this sort of investigation, the word is no mere means to an unspoken end for his accomplices, or even enemies. To divine, it is a matter of the utmost seriousness. The humanist Catholic is free of the spiritual alienation of the relativistic bourgeoisie. The decision demanded by Hegel's thought is somewhat tempered by the contingent unity of its two constitutive aspects, humanism and Catholic dogma. Declaration of the infinite value of the person, fidelity to the innate rights of the individual, the struggle against ideologies of race, nation, and feudalism. These moments of his thinking reflect this characteristics of a conviction and civilization in retreat before the darkness and align Hegel with those who fight for a better future for humanity. This humanistic structure can, in fact, be drawn from the complex of the Catholic Gedankenwelt, world of thought. Hegel's conviction assuredly has a foothold in this great tradition. Yet Catholic philosophy is exceedingly similar to the idealistic philosophy Hegel rejects on the grounds that these cases can, in the end, be used to justify any mode of conduct towards existing society, whether critical or apologetic, reactionary or rebellious, without contradiction. Indeed, without any violence at all. A number of conceptions can be linked to historical philosophical theses of God as Lord of history and the salvation of the soul of the goal of history, many of which run in the exact opposite direction of Hegel's more progressive critique of the zeitgeist. The determinate interconnection between these dogmas and the respective real historical problems is not expressed solely in terms of the dogma themselves, but is in equal measure motivated by the interests which have dominated the Church and continue to do so. The sermons of Catholic preachers of World War and their successors, all of whom avail themselves of the gospel, as much as the author of the afterword testifies against the humanity that resounds through Hegel's languages. Neither are the great cultural achievements of the Catholic Church, the social-political teachings of the Middle Ages, the all-encompassing ratio of the Thomistic Samos and the Christian art, any closer to the concept of the Church than its bloody history of land ownership and the Holy Inquisition. The terror that the Church, in alliance with the nobles, has instituted at numerous points in its existence is utterly devoid of the rational elements which have motivated the users of bloody deterrence by many progressive social movements against the enemies of a more rational form of society. But, if revelation, whether in itself or on the basis of refined scholastic arts of interpretation and distinction, is so ambiguous in the historical struggles between a better future for humanity and its ruin, then whoever is truly concerned with this struggle will, with all due respect for Hegel's humanism, remain unmoved by his dogmatic legend. The same against which Hegel's independence vis-a-vis the more sinister tendencies of the present first become apparent. Despite their venerable age, the doctrines Hegel dredges up are no truer than the opinions of any other religion or sect. There is no direct correlation between the length of the tradition and the degrees of its truth. Should God, the Lord, have devils and humans alike serve his entire designs, and should no sparrow fall from its roof apart from him having willed it so, then neither does the head under the executioner's axe. Should angels, i.e. spirits, without body, help or hinder the world, murder and manslaughter are nevertheless inherited until God prevails in triumph eternal. This whole mythos, part consoling, part gruesome, becomes no more rational because of Hegel's attention-grabbing truthfulness. Such faith may indeed confer a meaning to reality, but not reality to meaning. History disavows it. The beautiful prophesying, the whoever dashes against the cornerstone shall sooner or later be slain by it, is not one iota more trustworthy than its opposition, that even the most righteous shall be slain. There is an old Chinese narrative far superior to the Christian legend on this point. It tells of the fate of several princes, 4 good, 2 wicked. The wicked princes, tyrants and exploiters of the people, lead rich and happy lives to the end. The terror they spread smothers any disobedience after they have died. One may well speak evil of them, and yet whether we revile or praise them, they do not know it. Does it mean any more to them than to the stump of trees and clods of earth? The good princes, friends of their subjects and servants of their countries, suffer failures and famines, invasion from their enemies, and uprisings at home. They die in misery and exile. After they have died, they may well reap the fame of 10,000 generations, and yet, though we praise them, they do not know it. Though we value them, they do not know it. It matters no more to them than to stumps of trees and clods of earth. The narrative dispenses with the practical application. Hegel refrains from searching out present evidence of God's triumph in the present for this aim of eternity, not at all time. However, there are signs of God's victory to be discovered in history. The modest claim to plausibility of this Christian conception of history is advanced in the interpretation of such signs, in sharp contrast to the magnitude of the claims made by the Church. The opinion that, for example, Napoleon's retreat from Russia was connected to his excommunication and ought to be interrupted as the consequence of the anathema of a pope, regardless of other possible explanations of this military event, invites consideration into whether other heads of state, who instead of excommunication and the curse of unhappy peoples, earned the blessing of a pope, might be even more pleasing to the eternal. Even if the meaning of all events in the world, history, crisis, and wars and revolution, was truly determined by their respective significance for the salvation of the soul, as Hegel believes, the friendship of the Church is a rather poor indication for how this standard ought to be applied. In any event, the decent human main mode of conduct Hegel's book encourages in many passages is no more closely connected to historically affected Christianity than the worst heresies. As for the objection that one's orientation to human beings is not so important as one's orientation towards God, this thought, which may strike the believer as obvious, fares no better than the opinion just disputed, and among which it belongs. The view of objectively opposite Hegel's conception of history, which denies the supernatural significance of history without surrendering understanding of the indissoluble connections of the whole and all its parts, unlike the positivist pseudo-philosophy, is one that Hegel barely takes into consideration at all. The pure atheist, he says, is a thoroughly aristocratic phenomena, but this conviction naturally belongs to an aftertype of theology. According to this assertion, which Hegel shares with Max Scheler, against whom he otherwise fought so fiercely, any struggle against the religious view is made in vain, since some temporal good, power, fame, money, or pleasure, must necessarily replace the highest being and be posited in the place of God. Despite the ingenuity theologians have always employed in making this argument, it applies at most historically to the bourgeois, who is fundamentally indifferent to religion and matters of spirit in general, as well as to the modern man of actions, a species Hegel especially detests. But, in any case, it remains in its empty reassurance before the self-conscious materialist. The latter strives for a condition which, in contrast to that of the Church, does not have to be reified or eternalized. Community with the real interest of fettered humanity and the sharpness of dialectical thinking are better perfect detection from idolatry than obedience to the Church, even if the latter is infinitely superior to obedience to the so-called leader personalities that is today so widespread. To us, it seems that Hegel's accusation of after-theology applies far more to theology itself, to the extent that it cheapens the ideas of highest wisdom, love, and justice by ascribing them to the Lord of history. The impossible task of making this absurdity plausible is expected from the theodicy, which Hegel says God does not merely permit, but desires, yet even Leibniz won only a sad infamy for himself in this commission. There is in fact a possible way to comprehend history without making the futile attempts to transmute history by means of mere interpretation into a process of salvation. The good, which appears as possible on the grounds of the theory, justice, and wisdom, are not already realized, not as long as they remain a mere image in the heads of men. Those who wish to realize this image need not make a god of it. Rather, they know that even this good, once realized, has a history and will perish. The finite goals for which the fighters and enlighteners of the time have met their deaths are nothing like death, as Hegel imagines, for they are not themselves eternal. They are distinguished from death precisely by the finite spans of happiness for which these fighters died. These fighters did not bow before the highest religious mathematics, according to which an agonizing and enjoyable life are equivalently null before infinity. What seemed equivalently null to them were rather the objects of the ruling injustice they gave themselves up so that others might live otherwise. In contrast, the materialist of everyday bourgeois life and the devout Catholic, prepared even for martyrdom, have always had this in common, that their actions were essentially related to the well-being of their own person. The vision of eternal bliss among the early Christians, as well as the majority of those who came after them, is distinguished by the duration, but not so much content from the earthly purpose of the children of the world. Therefore, every now and then, both these attitudes enter into a singular combination in one and the same person. On balance, the Church tends to take the side of the greater property. The childlike faith, which Hegel promulgates, has not seldom formed the naive superstructure of an inhuman reality in the course of world history. It belongs to the greatness and wisdom of Catholicism that it does not completely dilute the idea of eternity and detach it from the material desires, as is the rule in Protestant currents. If, however, materialist bourgeois praxis reveals in a certain way the truth of theology, then the materialist theory that holds a mirror before this praxis, the theory spurned by Hegel, does not simply forget the theological motive, but sublates it. However, this critique of religion revokes the theological hypostasizing of the abstract human being by developing the concept of God from determinate historical relations. This critique understands this abstraction animated and sanctioned by faith as the product of certain social dynamics. Insofar as human beings, it teaches no longer confront one another primarily as masters and slaves, but as free beings, and the life of the whole renews itself through the mediation of exchange. They equate their activities, the products of their labor, with each other and thereby attain the representation of the human being, liberal, i.e. of the human being without time and place, without being bound to a specific fate as consummated in the concept of God in the modern era. What is real are the historically determined human beings who were connected to this form of social life, namely the subject of that abstraction which reflects social existence only and precisely and abstractly, rather than their content hypostasized and eternal. This is not to say that every structure of thought, every context of knowledge, is a socially conditioned illusion. The concept of God of the previous centuries, however, does not prove to be bound to a transient form of social beings. But the theory we have referred to here, together with all the hypotheses, psychological or otherwise, it encompasses, does not in the least prevent us from recognizing Christian ideology, a decisive step forward from pagan forms of religion, nor does it diminish or obscure the truth and the significance of the thoughts connected to Christianity. To the contrary, insofar as the ideas of resurrection of the dead, the last judgment, and eternal life are negated as dogmatic posits, the human need for infinite bliss is fully revealed for the first time and enters into opposition to the wretchedness of earthly conditions. It is not true that the theoretical materialist, like the bourgeois materialist, must posit transitory goods as absolute. He knows only that the desire for eternal happiness, this religious dream of humanity, is unfulfillable. The thought that none of the prayers of the persecuted in the hour of their great need, that none of the prayers of the innocent who die without their case being heard, that none of the last gasp of hope in a superhuman authority reach their destination, and that no divine light will pierce through the night no human light illuminates, is monstrous. The concept of eternal truth has as little grounding or footing as that of infinite love without God. Indeed, it becomes unthinkable when has monstrousness ever been a valid counterargument to the assertion or denial of the fact of the matter? Is there any logic that contains the law that a judgment is false because its consequence is despair? The error of imagining this small earth is placed in a predetermined place next to specially chosen and privileged star among the starry host. This pious belief, for which Hegel finds confirmation in both the statements of modern astronomers and again on the grounds of experience, corresponds to a longing even atheists have understood. All such wishes for eternity, and above all, the advent of universal justice and goodness, are in contrast to the apathetic stupor of the positivist attitudes shared by the materialist and the religious thinker. But if the latter finds comfort in the thought that the wish will eventually be fulfilled, the former is imbued by a sense of the boundless forsakenness of the human being, the sole true answer to impossible hope. Contrary to Hegel's view, the materialist needs not succumb to madness, though the traces of a metaphysical sadness run through the writings of the great materialist. The pleasure so crucial for materialist thinking already bears inside itself as phenomenon the consciousness of its transience and bitterness of the end. This knowledge belongs to its essence, the indignation over the senseless mutilation of life of the majority of human beings. The affinity between hedonism and historical partisanship has its origins in the experience of the irretrievability of happiness. The question of why an attitude to the world, for which even the good appears to be burdened by a negative, and by virtue of its own essence, does not simply reverse into despair, the psychological problem, which Hegel dismisses a priori, is resolved not through the analysis of atheism, but through the demonstration that the capacity for pleasure is in no way tied to the egoistic Seelenverfassung, psychic constitution or constitution of the soul, so common among the religious. This psychological structure, on which basis Hegel contradicts other aspects of his work, regards adherence to materialist theory impossible, forms a special, albeit widespread case, one which we believe will someday cease to appear so normal, when not only the Massenwahn und Wahnsinn, though which in Hegel's true words, the experience of irreparable wrong is shouted down and locked away to the people today, were to lose its sway, but the consolation of religion too, such as with the advent of a constitution that could forgo such legends, then the social, though not the natural ground of melancholy, the melancholia that resides within human being, would fall away as well. Not only would this natural ground, death, change in aspect under new social relations, in which, by contrast to competitive society, the purpose of individuals would be sublated in the whole, but could also, once stripped of its religious and non-religious ideological trappings, by the grounds for the boundless expansion of solidarity among all living things. In the fight against melancholy, the religious belief in the recreation of the world after its demise goes a span too far. Happiness is but a dream, and the pain is real. I have felt it now for 80 years. All I know to do is resign myself to this, and tell myself flies are born to be eaten by spiders, and men are to be devoured by sorrows. Voltaire, letter to the Marquise de Florian, dated March 16, 1774. Many thanks to the newspaper clipping. Believed me that there is a close relationship between the incident in the peaceful world surrounding us, that the brief article reported in the fractious world in which people annihilate each other with all the instruments of modern technology. This unidentified driver, who seized the dog, didn't slow down and then drove off without caring about the small victim, is precisely the kind of individual who makes this beautiful world unbearable. He is the root of all evil. He doesn't even understand that other goals than his own, most trivial ones, can also have a purpose. This driver represents business in terms of how it triumphs over humanity. He ran over the animal without giving it any thought, as contemporary history passes over the individual and his suffering in silence. And only one thing is certain: he will arrive at a place where it is most impossible to live. This generation does not need to be envied by any other for its future. Horkheimer to Juliet Favez. How did he know? How did he know? Anyways, excerpt from Walter Benjamin de Horkheimer, 12/24/36. The day before yesterday, I read your Hegel essay. That's what I just read. I'm not familiar with the books you discuss. However, a number of years ago, I had occasion to review Hegel's Virgil in Literarischen Welt. Your essay exudes, for all its moderation, the unswerving determination of one who is still willing to speak in German. The Chinese story within it of great significance. What you say concerning the melancholy, Schwermut, touches a special place of me. I mean, of course, my old love for Gottfried Keller. It was him whose grandiose sadness was actually traversed by such colorful threads of lust and materialistic kind. Langsam und schimmerfen en Regin in den die Abenden schien. Slow and gleaming fell the shower, through which the evening sun shone. In this poem, a rainbow, which the wanderer cannot see above him, but which he knows can be seen above him from afar, serves as a metaphor for the promise of a future reconciliation of his gloomy soul. But that is another long chapter, and certainly only out of the chapters planned for the materialistic Lebuche. It is to me the one whose discoveries could be most surprising. Excerpt from Adorno de Horkheimer, 1:25-37. As I've already indicated, your Hegel essay has made a strong impression on me above all. The deeper seriousness in substantial formulations, the motifs you touch on there are the only ones which have even led to the use of the theological categories. And, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have been thinking of some of Cronenberger's conversations on this point. As have I. I have a few small linguistic objections, which are perhaps not entirely irrelevant when considering a passage of such extraordinary, if latent pathos. The designation monstrousness seems to me too quantitative in tone to express what is meant, namely, simple despair. And today, I would no longer use the expression of metaphysical sadness, perhaps because I once used it so passionately, but on the whole, I have the feeling that one stands on such scorching hot ground here, in fact that of hell itself, that each step one takes upon it is a painful one by necessity. Let me just mention one last thing. You say the Catholics' hope for the afterlife and the hope of the bad bourgeois materialists have in common that their actions were essentially related to the well-being of their own person. I believe you do the theological motive injustice here, for the disparate hope, which seems to me to be in the religion alone, is more than mere cover-up. It's not so much the worry for one's own self as much for the fact that one cannot truly think of the death and irretrievable loss of the loved one, or the death and loss of those upon whom injustice has befallen. And even today, I often cannot understand how one could otherwise take a single breath without hope for them. In the third chapter of his Elective Affinities work, which I still consider his best, Benjamin says that hope is only ever for others, and never the one who hopes, and I believe this is also true for Jewish theology. Perhaps this one little feature is what prevents me from raising it all to the ground, but I know of course that, of this, we will for a long time, and perhaps for our entire lifetimes, have to remain silent. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Adorno, 2:22-37. Regarding the monstrousness in my Hegel essay, I assure you we have had exhaustive discussions over this term, before sending up the manuscript. Therefore, I can only agree with you that there is much to be said against it. On the other hand, there is also a number of considerations in favor of it, which I do not wish to elaborate now that the essay cannot be changed. In any event, after weighing each of the various arguments, the monstrousness remained. Regarding the expression metaphysical sadness, I happen to feel slightly more free to use it than you might, since it has no particular connotations for me of which I am conscious. I was thinking primarily of a few specific passages of Voltaire, and believed it would be not be so difficult to find parallel passages in other works. I believe I could draw from Maupassant and other literary authors here. Even as I write this, several lines of Delacroix's notebook come to mind, which also apply here, though I do not know to what extent he could be considered a materialist. Why should one not use the concept of metaphysical sadness, which fits these sides of statements so well? What I mean by this is explained with greater precision at the end of the Bergson essay. As far as you personally are concerned, I readily concede I do the theological motive injustice. I cannot, however, agree with your interpretation of Catholic, or more specifically, the Christian martyr to whom my remark referred. It is not only theology which speaks against this interpretation, but history as well. Read what Harnack says of the martyrs. Your own thoughts that the desperate hope of which you believe is, as you know, very near to the way of my thinking as well. I believe one need not remain silent about it. Incidentally, neither you nor I have done so. Aside from the above-mentioned essay, I need only remind you, among other passages, to the end of your Kierkegaard. Excerpt from Karl Launder to Horkheimer, 1:137. The first letter I write this year to you, if one is allowed to be a little superstitious, it is, perhaps, a good omen for the year, to begin with a letter one enjoys writing and contains nothing unpleasant. Most letters are written for unpleasant reasons, concern unpleasant things, or are addressed to unpleasant people. The main reason for this letter is to inquire about your travel plans. I certainly hope you and your wife will visit and arrange things so we may spend a long stretch of time together. As you well know, my schedule is now fairly regular, and thus you can have whatever free time I have at your disposal. This year, there is an extremely promising conference in Budapest, which I would like to attend if at all possible, and also if possible, combined with a short visit to Freud on the way there or the way back. This means I will be aware for approximately 8 days. If you let me know in advance when you plan to visit, I would be most grateful, as I could then perhaps free up an hour or two a day for the duration. When one is so extraordinarily isolated, it is a truth here there will finally be a dear friend with whom one can discuss all those things which are most important. I don't mean practical things. Happily, there is no need to worry about such things at the moment. Rather, in my loneliness, I find myself more in need than ever to discuss all these things which are important in general. In Holland, I've had hardly any opportunity to learn about the course of the world and all the aspirations which drive it. You are in the more fortunate situation of not being quite so alone and of having a circle of dear colleagues around you. Here it is entirely different. Here the bourgeoisie is so stable that its infinitude is not in question, which has so rarely been the case for either of us in decades. Naturally, there's a sort of salon communismus here. But I believe the time may once have had for such a thing is past, even though we need not exercise restraint in these matters for external reasons. Instead, the questions which are most pressing here are those which you have posed in your last essay. The significance of such problems had not dawned on me until recently, after a very long time, as I, standing somewhat apart, had long since stopped seeing them as problems at all, precisely because I had to reckon with them on my own 30 or 35 years ago. This is why I never before understood your joy over Freud's The Future of an Illusion. For me, it was already old chestnuts. Well, since then we have learned better. Just recently, the story of the abdication of the English king clearly shows us the enormous power of the church. Here, though disguised in the cloak of old morality, it showed us quite a lot of its hidden visages. In Spain, viz. The Spanish Civil War, it is all the more gruesome, but I expect not quite so different, since I know not the provocateur of your essay or his book. The details are naturally not for me, but the tendency of your essay certainly applies to me too. I would like to say just a few words about it. First of all, you have become so much more unreserved and open, even downright combative, in the last year. This makes me extremely happy, for as you know, in the past, I often felt sorry for you when you were so much more accommodating than my temperament allows me to be. To make a second note of this essay, and all your essays from this last year, while you once had so much difficulty with your writing, and really only wrote with ease in a more artistic mode in the stillness of your little room, as in your conversation with Regis, your writing now appears so fluid, better, yet sharp. For what you now write, one has had the impression, which has always overwhelmed those present, when you would converse with them or deliver a speech, that unassumable thought simply flows through you, and you only draws which are most full. It does you good, and with this you have yet another reason, which I look forward to your visit. As always, one simply needs the presence of those and with whom one can be happy. There's not much to report about us here. About a fortnight ago, there was a Freudfeier here, at which I spoke about the dream. I was so tempted to present the matter in such a manner that the old Freud, who was so dear to us, was rightly given pride of place. I really enjoyed showing the construct of the dream, which seems so completely detached from reality. It is only a reaction to the outside world, something which the false students of Freud's prefer to push aside completely. It is in it rather amusing that something, viz. Carl Gustav Jung, who neglects the reality side of the personality, so unconsciously places the most particular value on that which is shared by all human beings and describes it with terms from national community, the collective unconscious. As to why he does this, it is quite evident, because it is not collective, because it is nonsense. I find it very rich that this expression has become so ubiquitous in general linguistic usage. Must one is led to wonder, everything really be nonsense in order for it to be on everyone's lips? Excerpt from Horkheimer de Pollock, 9/20/37. The overall situation in Europe is quite sad. The fear of war itself is merely a moment in social development in which all cultural values we're fighting for are inevitably perishing. The few people in whom the truth has taken refuge appear as ridiculous know-it-alls who use bombastic language and have nothing behind them. The consolation that certain people in the Old Testament also suffer from the fate is also the less helpful, as the success of the prophets was not overwhelming in the long run. The most unpleasant discovery to which materialism leads us is that reason only exists insofar as it is a natural subject. Behind it, it is left to this natural subject to decide how to use reason. Reason can also be lost to the subject through no fault of his own. The recursive effects of reason on the subject is never so strong and lasting that the subject loses its character of naturalness. Thus, the famous identity that idealism lives on never arrives, but eventually the waters will return, over which no spirit floats. This is Horkheimer's remarks on Karl Jasper's understanding of Nietzsche. His view is that he turns him into a cultural thinker focused on existential inwardness rather than a critic of society, which in turn domesticates his analysis. Nietzsche should be understood as a penetrating psychologist of bourgeois society. However, he lacked political economy and a concept of class society, and so misidentified the source of the sickness he diagnosed. Nietzsche analyzed his objective zeitgeist, the psychic constitution of the bourgeoisie. In view of this worldly possibilities of human beings, which he esteemed as enthusiastically as only a utopian could, The type of humanity before him, riven as it was the masochistic drives, was intolerable to him. Now, what does that mean? So, he's not really an aristocratic reactionary or a prophet of fascism. He is a critic of actually existing bourgeois humanity. He mistakes nationalism, anti-Semitism, conformity, etc. for eternal psychological facts, rather than historically produced social relations. Akin to the representative thinkers of the early bourgeoisie, like Hobbes and Mandeville, Nietzsche spoke the truth of the bourgeois order aloud. He said openly what liberal society hides and reveals how domination and power operate instead of masking them with morality. Something important to note is that Nietzsche hated exactly what later became fascism. For him, Christianity, particularly Luther's, along with all enthusiasm for fatherland in every mode in which the actuality was obscured, struck him as a harbinger of a new barbarism. He found the ersatz satisfactions of the petty bourgeoisie abhorrent, their sex, metaphysical or otherwise, the cult of the Germanic people, anti-Semitism. Nietzsche's targets were precisely German nationalism, anti-Semitism, Protestantism, morality, etc. So he shouldn't be read simply as a precursor to Nazism. A quote from Nietzsche that went hard that I found from this essay that Horkheimer quotes, and it's kind of obscure, is, let me get it real quick. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles is perhaps the most stupid slogan that has ever been given. Why Germany at all, I ask, if she does not represent something that has more value than any other previous power represents? In itself, only one more big state, one more silliness in the world. That's Nietzsche, 1884, and it says fragments or something in German. Anyways. His concept of Übermenschen is a distorted utopia. Now, what does that mean? His goal was a future in which an unsummable plenty of human forces would be unfettered on the basis of a heretofore unthinkable intensification of mastery over nature. The Übermenschen, not a form of domination, but the liberatory capacity of humanity's unrealized potential. His aspiration is fundamentally emancipatory. It's just that he isn't able to imagine how society could collectively realize it, so falls back into elitism. The one idea that might have transformed the Übermensch from an unthinkable and self-contradictory utopia into an objective and historical goal, the concept of classless humanity, was spoiled for Nietzsche by those who supported it, that being contemporary socialists such as Dühring, who ironically is the guy that Engels is responding to in Anti-Dühring. Since as a true bourgeois philosopher, he made psychology, even if the most profound that exists today, the fundamental science of history, and he misunderstood the origin of spiritual decay and the way out. He uncovered the psychology of bourgeois society, but reduced history to this psychology. His own moral philosophy, however, contains the same elements as that which he struggled against. He is bourgeois consciousness criticizing itself. His rage at decadence is itself a symptom of decadence. This is the meaning of the concept of decadence in Nietzsche's self-critique of decadence. The struggle of the bourgeoisie against its psychological productive tendencies, and at the same time, its bad conscience over the fettering of the forces of production. Decadence is more than merely decline, but bourgeois society becoming consciousness of its own sickness. Conformity, weakness, resentment, etc. are all products of bourgeois civilization. Anyways, with the intro out of the way, I will get on to reading the text proper. Translator's note. The Spießberger, I don't know how to pronounce that. In his Bemerkungen zu Jaspers Nietzsche, Horkheimer ends the first paragraph in his Streitschrift, much in the spirit of Nietzsche's The Genealogy of Morals, something Streitschrift, with an insult, thus spake the Spießberger. Upon reading Horkheimer's remarks, Karl Loewe, to the end of whose ZFS review of several of Nietzsche's notebooks, which includes Jaspers Nietzsche, Einführung in das Verstehen seines Philosophiens, Horkheimer's own remarks were appended at the last minute, replies, "It's not that I think you should have handled the matter more gently, but perhaps you could have been more delicate in form and, for example, refrained from handing out the title of Spießberger right from the outset." Others were even more offended on Jasper's behalf. In late 1937, Adorno writes to Horkheimer from London that he'd arranged to meet with Gustav Meyers on behalf of the ISR. Mayer, who was best known for his biographical work on Frederick Engels and historical work on the 19th century labor movement, was also in exile. Because of his high-profile status as socialist and Jewish intellectual, he struggled to flee Germany in the mid-1930s with his family. In the light of the ISR's project in the mid to late 30s to not only maintain but expand the legacy of radical social thought and science that was no longer possible in Nazi Germany, Mayer was exactly the kind of intellectual the core members of the ISR were looking to collaborate with in some way. To his great dismay, however, Adorno discovered that Mayer's sister Gertrude was in fact Gertrude Mayer Jaspers. Gustav Mayer was furious about Horkheimer's remarks. Adorno followed this by announcing his intention to take a stand if challenged. For me, solidarity must come before diplomacy, and not only because I am not capable of behaving otherwise, but also out of institutional tactical considerations. When Adorno and Mayer met, Adorno defended the remarks with as much vehemence as Mayer attacks them, which causes Mayer to back down. Having ended the dispute, Adorno plans to invite him over again. That's kind of nuts of a story there. Who is the Spießbürger? Spießbürgerin, Spießer for short, in an untranslatable idiomatic expression defined in the Duden as the narrow-minded or Inskeniger person, guided by the conventions of society and the judgment of others, and associated with the words Philister, Philistine, and Kleinbürger, petit bourgeois. Okay, I was so confused because I've never seen any word like this before. Spießbürger is likely originated in the Middle Ages as a description of lesser burghers in provincial cities who fulfilled their duty of required military service in person, armed with a simple spear, spiefs. According to Duden, the term subsequently became a derogatory label for old-fashioned, small burghers of the provinces who continued to use spears after the introduction of the modern rifle. Finally, the term became a slang insult common among students in larger cities to refer to conservative small town dwellers in the 20th century. Okay, so it means chud. It literally means chud. Okay. Despite a history of having stronger political valence from Heine and Marx using it in the early 19th century to insult the reactionary petty bourgeois to the 1968ers, accusing the old generation of both cultural conformism and submissiveness to authority from the Nazi period to failed denazification, and even the charge of terms had in the 70s and 80s to refer to the middle-class enemies of counterculture, the term seems to have become synonymous with behind the times, and associated with having conventional conservative taste. When I ask German speakers for advice on how to translate the term, they suggest square, rather than my original, more literal, and also more literate decision to translate as provincial bourgeois. Oh, like square, like lame. Okay. But I guess I probably can't say that because it's like, I don't know, ableist or whatever. Anyways, the history of Spießbürger is worth recapitulating, not just because of the problems it poses for English readers and translators, but because its evolution from a descriptive term for a member of a certain class or class strata to a derogatory term in judging someone's level of culture is itself a record of the formation of culture in history, of class struggle in Germany. In other words, Spießbürger presents us with a problem for materialist interpretation. In a sense, Horkheimer repeatedly formulates the task of his early studies of Vico's interpretation of myth and metaphysics through patterns of social practice in Beginning of the Bourgeois Philosophy of History, 1930, to his comments on critical theory as historical materialism, philology, the eclipse of reason. Aside from the historical variations of the class strata from Spießbürger was meant to describe, the members of citizen militias in the Middle Ages, the reactionary petty bourgeois of the 19th century, the bigoted middle class asshole of the 1980s, what is crucial for our purpose here is the ambiguity of the class perspective from which the judgment of Spießbürger is passed. For texts written in both the tradition vs. Marxism and intellectual environment vs. 1920s and 30s German language letters and criticism of Horkheimer's remarks, Spießbürger is more than just translated as petty bourgeois Philistine, or shortened into either just Philistine or just petty bourgeois, depending on the context and description of the translator. On the one hand, Spießbürger is more likely to translate as the class category petty bourgeois, for instance, in a short term about dockyard workers mocking Spießbürger enthusiasm for naval propaganda during World War I. Thus, for Marx, the variety of class connotations Spießbürger had already acquired by the middle of the 19th century, made a particularly attractive insult for the downwardly and upwardly mobile friends and enemies of the working class. Marx heralded at everyone, from contemporary social theorists suffering from the petty bourgeois mentality, from Proudhon to Bentham to Bakunin, to urban English settler colonialists brutally dividing up Ireland for plunder in the 17th century. On the other hand, Spengler is more likely to be translated as the aesthetic category Philistine. Oh, that's why, yeah, so every time I see Marx say Philistine, this is probably what he's actually saying. In German, just translated in this way. In Adorno's criticism and self-criticism in Minima Moralia of literary, theoretical, and artistic production under the conditions of monopoly capitalism, the convention of Spengler as one of several synonyms for Philistine tends, even in more careful readings, to confirm the impression of the elitist or hot bourgeois standpoint of evaluation Adorno is expected to have in advance. In the manifesto, however, Marx and Engels themselves use Spengler in their criticism of the German or true socialism to connect judgment of the political reactionary petty bourgeois, or Kleinbürgertum, and the cultural backwards Philistines, Pfauenbürgerschaft. What Marx and Engels described in this section is the process of social transformation, through which, in the course of the ascendancy of the bourgeoisie, the small bourgeoisie in the 18th century Germany are increasingly threatened by destruction from two sides, both of which extremes are sharpened in the large cities, the concentration of capital on the one and the rise of revolutionary proletariat to the other. In response, the small bourgeoisie defend their form of life on the terrain of culture against the proletariat and big bourgeoisie. They convert the revolutionary tendency of militant French socialism and communist literature into a force for reaction, and they do so in a distinctively German manner, by spiritualizing it in the boon for the ruling powers of the nation. The socialist and communist literature of France, a literature that originated under the pressure of a bourgeoisie in power, and that was the expressions of the struggle against this power, was introduced into Germany at a time when the bourgeoisie in that country had just begun its contest with the feudal absolutism. German philosophers, would-be philosophers and men of letters, eagerly seized on this literature, only forgetting that when these writings immigrated from France into Germany, French social conditions had not immigrated along with them. In contact with German social conditions, this French literature lost all its immediate practical significance and assumed a purely literary aspect. Thus, to the German philosophers of the 18th century, the demand of the First French Revolution were nothing more than the demands of practical reason, in general, and the utterance of the will of the revolutionary French bourgeoisie signified, in their eyes, the laws of pure will of wills, as it was bound to be, of true human will generally. The French socialist and communist literature was thus completely emasculated, and since it ceased in the hands of the Germans to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome French one-sidedness, and that of representing not true requirements, but the requirements of truth. Not the interest of the proletariat, but the interest of human nature, of man in general, who belong to no class, has no reality, and who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy. Now, real quick, this is it's actually crazy how this one paragraph, like Marx is taking a hard stance against humanism and stuff like that. Like, he's taking a pretty hard stance here. So it's kind of wild. The vast majority of Marxists, or at least a lot of the ones online, will describe themselves as humanists. You know, they'll be like, oh, communism's the liberation of man, the emancipation of man, you know. It's like, well, here's Marx saying, well, this is supposing man as like philosophic, as, you know, this abstract philosophical concept, and, you know, like Hegel says, who thinks abstractly? Anyways. While this true socialism thus served the government as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it at the time directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of German Philistines. In Germany, the petty bourgeois class, Kleinbürgertum, a relic of the 16th century, and since then constantly cropping up again under the various forms, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threatens it with certain destruction on the one hand, from the concentration of capital on the other. From the rise of a revolutionary proletariat, true socialism appeared to kill these two birds with one stone. It spread like an epidemic, the robe of speculative cobwebs embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped with the dew of sickly sentiment. This transcendental robe, in which the German socialists wrapped up their sorry eternal truths, all skin and bones, served to wonderfully increase the sale of their goods amongst such a public. And on its part, German socialism recognized more and more its own calling as the bombastic representative of petty bourgeois Philistine, or Pfahlbürgerschaft. It proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation, and the German petty Philistine to be the typical man. Proclama die Durchnaschen alles der Normalnaschen und den Durchen Spiegelfe als den Nomen not Menschen. To every villainous meanness of this model man, it gave a hidden, higher socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. It went to extreme lengths of directly opposing the brutally destructive tendency of communism and of proclaiming its supreme and impartial contempt of all class struggles. With very few exceptions, all the so-called socialist and communist publications that now circulate in Germany belong to the domain of this foul and enervating literature. And Marx just described like half the leftists on Twitter, basically, here. It's such a joke. Anyways, this is in fact exactly what Horkheimer accuses Jaspers of, only on a higher level of ideological transfiguration. The German Spengler of the 18th century spiritualized French revolutionary literature into partnership with the ruling powers of the nation. The Spengler Jasper in the 20th century defends Nietzsche, heir to the most radical psychological insight of the French Enlightenment, to sell him back domesticated across the Rhine in advance of the new masters before whom Jaspers taught him how to heal. Horkheimer writes to Lowith, I have written a long postscript of my own to follow your collective Nietzsche review, which will appear in the autumn issue, since it has had a significant impact in France as elsewhere. I wanted to test some specimens from this presentation by confronting them with Nietzsche's text in order to show, in detail, how Jaspers removed himself from the whole affair concerning the Jews, the French, the Germans, and the nation. We ourselves know all of this is well and good, but it is unknown to those in other countries. Otherwise, it would not be possible for Jaspers' book to be so widely praised as a great accomplishment, one supposed to show Nietzsche as was no forerunner of the authoritarian regime. On one hand, Jasper makes Nietzsche out to be a true German, one who has had enough hard love for the German spirit to spur them on to something better for it in the future. Whatever that might mean and whatever that might be, enough to suggest a hidden criticism of the Nazis on the one hand makes Nietzsche's fascist reception plausible, spurring the German Nietzsche's bile, but letting us just enough through for the French and the Jews, while prudently stopping short of endorsement. By holding to the rule that everything one says must be true, but one does not need to say everything that is, Jasper's selective reading of Nietzsche's aphorism falls far short of their systematic scope to have done with the system altogether. Nietzsche's aphorisms are not daringly marginal observations that a person of that sort allows himself. They are not a proof of freedom and harmony that would confirm the possibility of the system. Rather, they make a claim that is at least as far-reaching as the latter, and thus proving it to be obsolete. Lacking even the will to follow in his own thought, Jasper fails and falls into place in one beyond it. After having read Horkheimer's remarks, Lowith submitted 3 protests on the Jasper's behalf. First, that Horkheimer has unjustly judged Jasper for a silence which, in context of the inverted world of Germany, may have seemed to Jasper as a heroic refusal to compromise himself. Second, that Horkheimer's unmistakably Marxianizing interpretation of Nietzsche does him both too great and too little a service for making him the critic of the bourgeois order, and plainly misrepresents Nietzsche by allying him against the Social Democrats with Marx. As far as Nietzsche himself is concerned, however, I think he did more and less than just express the truth of the bourgeois order. Nor was the concept of a classless society spoiled by him, by his supporters, and is unfamiliar with Marx. Third, Loeff insists that if one were to fulfill Horkheimer's demand and refuse to speak of Nietzsche without clearly relating him to current events, one could only find Nietzsche's critique of the Second Reich was by no means unequivocally a critique of the Third. That his ambiguous relationship to Bismarck and Wagner compromises even the former critique, and that Nietzsche must, in final analysis, be judged on the basis of his illegitimate historical effects. As the trailblazer of today's German ideology, even if one must not imagine the so-called trailblazer would ever himself follow a path others had paved. Loeff is a strong reader of Jaspers. Like Jaspers, he would still like to smooth things out. Horkheimer responds to each protest in the review itself. To take them out of order, to the first, Horkheimer's objection to Jasper is not that he is silent about the worries of the day, but that he borrows Nietzsche's voice to say so much of nothing at all about them, and to say it with a flair. This explains the harshness of Horkheimer's judgment of Jasper's supposed contributions to university reform during post-war Reconstruction. In his book on Nietzsche, published under Hitler, he simply forgets about those parts of Nietzsche's doctrine which are the most opposed to the Nazi philosophy. Heidegger was an outright Nazi, but he was a genuine philosopher. To the third, Horkheimer's argument is that Jasper's, and by extension Loeff's, reading of Nietzsche, ambiguity is preceded that which strips Nietzsche of his passionate ambivalences, his outright equivocation. According to Jaspers, Nietzsche ought to appear to the reader in the same manner Wagner appears to the Nietzsche. Namely, as a well-behaved type of German, unclarity about which whom one cannot even speak of his aversion to the national narrowness of the Fatherlanders, without perhaps to uncover the contradiction between Nietzsche's thought and the society of his epoch and ours, means uncovering the contradiction within Nietzsche's thought as well. As Horkheimer writes in Materialism and Morality, 1933, from a psychological investigation of the individual that act under the natural law of their personal interest, he concluded that universal fulfillment of that for which they strove, namely security and happiness, would have to produce a society of Philistines, the world of the last men. He failed to recognize that the characteristics of the present, which he so detested, derived precisely from the dearth of his propitious conditions for a society at large, with the spread of reason that he feared with its application to all the relations to society. These characteristics, which in truth rest upon the concentration of all the instincts of private advantage, must be transformed, as must ideas and indeed the drives themselves. Nietzsche's theory of history misses the mark. He places the goal in an inverted world, if not quite in another one, because he misunderstands the movement of the contemporary world due to his ignorance of economic laws. His own moral philosophy, however, contains the same elements as that which he struggles against. He fumes against himself. And Adorno in Minima Moralia, stanza 60, a word for morality. If in Germany, the common citizen, or Schwiesberger, has proved himself a blonde beast, this has nothing to do with the national peculiarities, but with the fact that blonde bestiality, itself socially rapine, has become, in face of manifest abundance, the attitude of the backwoodsman, the deluded Philistine, Philisters, that some hard-done-by mentality which the master morality was invented to combat. If Caesar Borgia were resurrected today, he would look like David Friedrich Strauss, and his name would be Adolf Hitler. What? What? The cause of amorality has been espoused by the same Darwinists whom Nietzsche despised, and who proclaim as their maxim the barbaric struggle for existence with such vehemence that, because it is no longer needed, the amoralistic may now at last permit himself to be as kind, gentle, unegotistic, and open-hearted as Nietzsche already was then. As a guarantee of his undiminished resistance, he is still as alone in this as in the days when he turned the mask of evil upon the normal world to teach the norm to fear its own perversity. This is the meaning of the concept of decadence in Nietzsche's self-critique of decadence for Adorno and Horkheimer. The struggle of the bourgeoisie against its psychologically productive tendencies, and at the same time its bad conscience over the fettering of the forces of production. As soon as the masses transform themselves through right use of power, then power itself loses its decadence and becomes an effect of the unified and thus superhuman forces of society. Horkheimer. And with this, we can respond to the second protest Loeff raises. For Horkheimer, there is no need to pretend Nietzsche's interests coincide with those of the proletariat. The Marxianizing interpretation of Nietzsche is also the Nietzscheanizing one. That's interesting. It must indeed have escaped him that the intellectual honesty with which he has concerned did not fit in with the social standpoint. The reason for the foulness against which he has fought lies neither in individual nor national character, but in the structure of society as a whole, which includes both. Since as a true bourgeois philosopher, he made psychology, even if the most profound that exists today, the fundamental science of history, he must understand the origin of spiritual decay and the way out, and the fate which befell his own work was therefore inevitable. To the extent Nietzsche meant it when he said a great truth wants to be criticized, not worshipped, to the extent he didn't just want the right theory society, but the right society, then Horkheimer concludes the right theory of society might have helped Nietzsche clarify the desire which betrayed his narrow bourgeois horizon. If not, so much the worse for Nietzsche. He would only have been another Spengler, despite everything, but that, despite everything, is precisely why when Loeff worries about the vulgar Marxist readings of Nietzsche, Horkheimer's response is that only Marxists can read Nietzsche without any vulgarity at all. For Jaspers, the confusing thing is that Nietzsche never just contemplates and enjoys in aesthetic terms, but rather suffers to himself the point of despair, and is yet unable to find a ground to anchor himself to that, and cannot therefore even become one with another human being, with the idea of a profession with the fatherland. He is alone with his work. This confusion over a despair that cannot be mollified by the cultivation of private relationships, the family, a profession, or the fatherland, is indication enough of the sources for the introduction to an understanding of Nietzsche. Thus spake the petty bourgeois Philistine, or Schweizberger. Formalist idealism, the form in which philosophy was once again tolerated in the German university system after the public's enervating experience with the Hegelian school, is a well-trodden path along with the world can be thought without ever having come into conflict with it. It granted its epoch the security that man might fulfill his vocation if only he went along with whatever the ruling authorities required of him. The ensuring reaction to this idealism, a reaction that preserved only the worst legacy of Hegelian metaphysics in the transfiguration of a given forms of social life, was a turn towards realism, in opposition to formalist idealism. This realism promised a philosophy of substance, a move towards the concrete, the uncovering of an authentic reality, the deliverance of Schaffphilosophie, the existential transformation of thought. None of this, however, affected the formalist and conformist character of thinking in the slightest. To the contrary, while the social strata intimately tied to the German university system came into greater and greater conflict with the true interest of the masses, philosophy, lacking any conscious relationship to historical actuality, became more and more unambiguously reactionary. The apparent substantive categories of this realism remained as vacuous as those of its formalist predecessor. The constant discourse over historicity, authenticity, heroism, myth, fate, and death, in a style which alternates between aristocratic and populist, but which always in the end makes clear how little it is concerned with the transformation of unjust social relations, despite its professing of Bildung and celebration of culture, bore the imprint of a state of affairs in which all such properties had already become patently superfluous. The cynical hostility towards thoughts of new Sachlicität of positivism and the intonation of refined realistic metaphysics shares this comment in the belief that it is possible to be in possession of truth but still remain the very same petty bourgeois Philistine one already was. Jasper makes Nietzsche out to be such a thinker. He accomplishes this feat by presenting Nietzsche without confrontation. He feels no need to be so violent. The obliging character of his language testifies to its provenance in liberal ideology. In this medium, all contradictions are submerged. Nietzsche analyzed his objective zeitgeist, the psychic constitution of the bourgeoisie. In the view of this worldly possibility of human beings, which he esteemed as enthusiastically as only a utopian could, the type of humanity before him, riven as it was with masochistic drives, was intolerable to him. Akin to the representative thinkers of the early bourgeoisie, like Hobbes and Mandeville, Nietzsche spoke the truth of the bourgeois order out loud. One has no right to live, to work, to happiness in this respect. The individual human being is no different from the lowliest worm. To Nietzsche, Christianity, particularly Luther's, along with all enthusiasm for fatherland in every mode in which actuality was obscured, struck him as harbingers of a new barbarism. He found the ersatz satisfactions of the petty bourgeoisie abhorrent, their sex, metaphysics or otherwise, the cult of the Germanic people, anti-Semitism. His goal was a future in which an insummably plenty of human forces would be unfettered on the basis of a heretofore unthinkable intensification of mastery over nature. This is the confidence denoted by the Übermensch. Nietzsche's own theory for how this condition was to be realized, the naive eugenic and social-political measures we recommend in which race mixing was to play a special role, were part of the price he paid for his isolation. Even so, he recognized that there will be many Übermenschen or none at all. Everything good grows only among equals. The one idea that might have transformed the Übermensch from the unthinkable and self-contradictory utopia into an objective and historical goal, the concept of classless humanity, was spoiled for him by those who supported it. He was not familiar with Marx, but only the social democracy of his contemporaries. That's what I've been saying. His judgment of it was not so unjust. As a consequence of his reluctance to engage with political economy, an aversion tied to his hatred of a world dominated by economy, Nietzsche misunderstood the historical character of labor. He believed labor could never lose its enslaving effect. Therefore, the domination of the masses appeared to Nietzsche as the necessary precondition of the Übermensch. What lies behind this seemingly misanthropic formulation, however, is less his error than his hatred of the tolerant, self-effacing, passive, and conformist character of reconciliation with the present. Jaspers eloquently covers up the contradiction between Nietzsche's teachings and the social order of the times. This corrupts Jaspers' entire presentation. The fact of Nietzsche's political illusions certainly makes it impossible to deny that there is any ground for the judgments that connect Nietzsche's work to the preparation of totalitarian society. A number of apologists for the actualization of this condition use them to fashion the rope to hang him with, turning him into a prophet of oppression and servility. Jaspers, however, knows better. He highlights the gulf between the doctrine of the Übermensch and what he sees before his own eyes in Germany of today. Thus, Jasper presents Nietzsche as a great German thinker, a philosopher of rank who merits due study. He provides Nietzsche with an alibi, makes him presentable. Nietzsche ought not to be falsely dogmatized, nor should his reading cling to his false objectifications, calcifications, absolutizations, naturalizations. In short, Nietzsche should be stripped of all determinate content. What significance does this have for Jasper's own philosophy? Philosophizing as such leads neither to God nor away from God, but rather emerges from the origin of the transcendent relatedness of selfhood. It is human actuality which seeks to lift out the depths of reason and existence from which one in fact lives, namely the closely kept conversation conducted in whispers through the millennia. This conversation is, accordingly, a matter to be handled by internal affairs. Jasper uses frightening words. He speaks of the horrors of an objective breakdown in communication, of abysses, of sacrifices, and of remorselessness. Still, he reassures us, as if addressing an imagined people's tribunal, that Nietzsche's true struggle transpires on a level at which no real fronts of struggle for existence arise. The struggle is a deeper, more decisive one, internal to the soul of each and every individual, internal to the souls of the whole people. Indeed, an internal, invisible, inaudible struggle for existential meaning requires Nietzsche provides us the weapons to wage. Far-searching questions occasions for misunderstanding, chances to prove ourselves. Naturally, these weapons are harmless, and Nietzsche will prove himself despite all occasions for misunderstanding, which are admittedly not so easily forgiven today. In his countless disparaging remarks about the masses, the reader ought not to look for a non-existent Volksfreiheit, alienation from the people. We should not be led astray by the fact that he so often says the Volk when he means the masses. Whether Nietzsche might not be inclined to regrettably attributing the misdeeds of the Volk to the masses in light of recent events, this question Nietzsche's lawyer does not ask. Though he admits Nietzsche drew rather uncomfortable consequences from his atheism, it's all very ambiguous, and in any event, it cannot be said that Nietzsche was an unquestioned and cliché godlessness. Nietzsche's more ominous formulations can always be translated into a language more palatable today. Yet Nietzsche described the Reformation as one of the most perfidious eruptions of base instinct. Luther, as a savage and inauthentic peasant who, with evangelical freedom, gives vent to all hoarded brutish demands, the desire to be master once more, to rob, to cast down, the curse through which senses seek and finds their gratification. Above all, the lustful eye fixed upon the tremendous wealth of the Church, a people which submits itself to the intelligence of Luther. Today, Protestantism has only known to conserve itself in the mediocre North. This is how Nietzsche remembered that early German awakening. Of course, Jaspers is obligated to refer to Nietzsche's stance on the Reformation, to which he says the following. Always he rejected Paul and Rousseau, almost always Luther. Nietzsche's gaze spans primeval times, the world of antiquity, India, Christianity, and the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, the peoples of modernity, circling them with concise characterizing formulations, the exact wording of which is kept to oneself. One especially characterizing formulations of Nietzsche reads that the German Reformation was in fact a savage and vulgar counterpiece to the Italian Renaissance. It must be noted that Jasper does not compromise Nietzsche through his stance towards the Jews, but then out of fairness, should he not have spared the Greeks too? After all, Nietzsche said the Greeks could have been schooled by certain Jews of the Old Testament. One may indeed doubt whether Nietzsche's relationship to the Greeks, the Jews, the Germans, or the French is the most decisive for developing an understanding of his teachings as present. Regardless, it's much more difficult to arrive at an understanding of Nietzsche if one omits the Jews and French altogether. Jasper is not content to remain silent on the issue, however. Having suppressed some of the most sympathetic and honorable lines that ever flowed from a German pen about the Jewish and French factors in European culture, he dares not add a few harsh remarks on their shortcomings. But Jasper does arrange so that the Jews or the French are brought up at all. Whenever they're brought up at all, they are mentioned in at the very least a derogatory or purely neutral spirit. I believe only in French education, says Nietzsche. I can scarcely imagine that in any century of history one could have fished up such an inquisitive about and, at the same time, delicate catch of psychologists as in present-day Paris, to name a few, since there were none too few of them. Henri Paul Bourget, Pierre Loti, Gipe, Melhac, Anatole France, Jules Lemaitre, or, to have a representative of that strong race, a genuine Latin, of whom I am particularly fond, Guy de Maupassant. Just between us, I prefer this generation even to its great teachers, all of whom were corrupted by the German philosophy. Herr Taine, for example, who was corrupted by Hegel, and to whom Taine owes his misunderstanding of both great men and great times. Whenever Germany spreads the corruption of culture follows, on Jasper's reading, Nietzsche did for a period of time hold the Frenchmen La Rochefoucauld, Fontenelle, Chamfort, and especially Montaigne, Pascal, and Stendhal in high esteem. Citing Nietzsche's observation in the France of today, there is the worst illness of the will. Nietzsche's appreciation for Pascal and Stendhal may be forgiven, but his association with Maupassant and Anatole France is one of those occasions for misunderstanding. Nietzsche always and overtly, not just for a period of time, spoke of the Jews with the highest respect. Nietzsche was one of the enlightened bourgeoisie. For him, the Jews were the oldest and purest race. Wherever they've acquired a real influence, their task was always to bring a people to its senses. The Jews, the French, and the Chinese have a spirit. The anti-Semite cannot forgive the Jews for having Geist and money. The anti-Semite, a name for those who come up short. The struggle of the anti-Semite is always a mark of the worse, the more envious and the more cowardly of natures. Whomever partakes in anti-Semitism must already bear much of the mindset of the rabble within him. This Jasper does not say, but whenever the opportunity presents itself to quote a sentence in which Jewish and Christian teachers, along with Manu, Plato, and Confucius, have no qualms in their right to lie, Jasper does not miss it, and whenever he imagines he identifies some antipathy of Nietzsche towards Judaism, Jasper makes no secret of that either. When it comes to the principle of Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, or enthusiasm for the German Reich, for these we are not stupid enough. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, is perhaps the most idiotic slogan ever put into words. For Nietzsche, nationalism, fatherlandism, was the most culture-averse pathology and unreason there is. Nietzsche's statements to this effect are so unambiguous and taking up so much space in his work that not even Jasper could write about Nietzsche without giving them a word or two. But Jasper does so with caution. Here, as always, Nietzsche pursues his thoughts to the point of its most extreme consequences. Thus, when he writes nowadays, when everything points to a greater or common interest, it should be kept in mind that the national of his time was rather more likely to spell danger. The national as it is today understood demands narrowness as a matter of dogma. Today, however, to declare oneself in favor of Nietzsche's thinking to the point of his most extreme consequences, or even just to think this through all the way through, might indeed mean more likely to spell danger. The fact that Nietzsche wasn't simply a free spirit on the surface, but a good European and therefore never ceasing hating nationalism, that sickness of the century, is illuminated by his inclusiveness of the social psychological judgments concerning the so-called German character. In Action and Reaction, Germany proved itself barbaric. He refers to the Germans as a people of the most monstrous mixture and amalgamation of races, in which a pre-Aryan element perhaps predominant. He goes on to describe the Germans as his enemies due to their logical and moral uncleanliness. How degenerate in taste, how slavish before all worth, social standing, trappings, pomp, circumstance, and splendor this people must have been, dem das Schlecht, alas das Schlecht, the simple as the bad. The simpler man, the worse. The moral conceitedness of the Germans should always be met with the little word schlecht, and nothing more. I think it means simple. Oh, that means bad. He depicts the cruelty of the Germans in their most lurid of colors. For Nietzsche, the breaking wheel was the most singular invention and specialty of German genius in the realm of punishment. In Nietzsche, one finds truly prophetic judgments which, despite all of his limitations as a theorist, are reason enough to take him seriously. The Germans imagine their strength can only reveal itself through hardness and cruelty, to which they submit themselves in gladness and admiration. As soon as they have, they imagine themselves rid of their pathetic weakness, their sensitivity to everything that is nothing, and are piously gratified by the terror. That there is a strength and gentleness and stillness, this they cannot believe so easily. When it comes to all our great specimens, one must always say, if only they had a little more of the genius and a little less of the actor about them. The Germans have no concept of how petty they are, and this is the pinnacle of their pettiness. They are not even ashamed to be Germans. They discourse about everything, they consider themselves decisive, and I fear they have now reached a decision about me. My whole life is proof de rigueur of these sentences. In vain I have searched amongst them for a single display of tact, delicateness towards me, from the Jews. Yes, from the Germans never. Jaspers too had reached for a decision about Nietzsche. Jasper turns Nietzsche into a true German. Throughout his entire life, he is accompanied by his original identification with the possibility of the Greeks, which is further identified with a will to realize a high Germandom akin to said Greekness. But whereas Greekness has already concluded, and Jasper says the notable point of Nietzsche's version of history, somewhat like the advent of Christ for believing Christians, the German essence points towards the future, though it poses an unprecedented danger to itself, with the result that Nietzsche's love for true German, in whom he places above all his hopes in the midst of the crumbling world, appears as a pathos-laden critique that grows more intense over the course of his life. A critique which, therefore, can only stem from his boundless, but often disappointed love. In the connection, an occasional note of the young Nietzsche about the rebirth of Greece and his renewal of German spirit is quoted along with the meager remainders Jasper can find elsewhere in Nietzsche's work that can be exploited for praise of the German spirit. Of course, the condition for the inclusion of these passages is that they are vague enough to be suitable for the author's purpose. In this swell of Wagnerian enthusiasm, even the first Nietzsche's occasional calls in the first volume of the Nachlass for a Better Germany, calls which are reminiscent of Heine, motivated by the fact that the time of great disappointment and great disgust is fast approaching. as the editor himself notes, vanish. Jasper's unification of Nietzsche's entire life with an alleged will to realize High Germandom is a trick. It is true that Nietzsche spoke of the true German from time to time. They were always the ones who went abroad. Present-day Germany is pre-Slavic station paving the way for a pan-Slavic Europe. Nietzsche recognized European democracy as a possible soil from which new tyranny would grow. Through his representation, this tyranny was inconsistent, with the result that he could not tell whether it was the beginning of barbarism or a higher stage of human development. His formulations nevertheless strike at the heart of social psychological reality. In the end, uncertainty became so great that human beings collapsed into dust before any commanding force of will. Jaspers quotes this passage in his discussion of the problem in Nietzsche's concern about whether the right leaders would step onto the stage. However, Jasper says Nietzsche circles around the image of these true new masters, yet without being able to present them in the form of well-sculpted figures. This yet reveals much. The quotation, which contains a celebration of Führertum and the insistence that, after the leveling of democracy, slavery must finally come, a slavery that would be necessary for the elevation of the human being, are woven together so seamless that the new masters themselves can find it in their hearts to forgive Nietzsche for quite a lot. Nietzsche's many reminders about the moral hypocrisy of those in command can pass into oblivion. It is here, however, that Nietzsche's Führer psychology strikes at the heart of the present. They know no other way to protect themselves from their own bad conscience than by behaving as executors of older or higher command, from their forefathers, constitution, rights, laws, or even God. Or especially by adopting herd maxims from the herd mentality, for instance, that they are just the first servants of the people or instruments of the common welfare. He was one of the first to recognize and rightly interpret the particular German susceptibility to such intoxication. In this context, the soul of the servant, idealized in the virtue of the scholar and the soldier, even in unprecedented sense, did not remain hidden from his gaze. The fact that, despite himself, Jasper cannot avoid confusing the future Nietzsche imagined and the world of today, which follows both from the problem of style and the existential pose, is perhaps the best proof of the inadequacy of this introduction that one could wish for. According to Jaspers, Nietzsche ought to appear to readers as Wagner appeared to Nietzsche, a model of mild-mannered German unclarity whose aversion to the nationalistic narrow-mindedness of the fatherland one cannot mention without the qualification of a perhaps. Because Nietzsche is so little known outside of Germany, even many of the most progressive minds of today regard him a precursor of the contemporary state of affairs. He is imagined as a kind of mixture between megalomaniac, genius, and brash field surgeon. For this reason, Jasper's book may seem now and then like the bold destruction of a legend, and is accordingly tolerated in and outside of Germany. Despite the gains in education, other nations might suffer with regard to German philosophers. However, Nietzsche's book is profoundly untrue. One cannot speak of Nietzsche without putting him in a clear relationship to the current events. He was not alone with his work. Nietzsche had determined historical goals and was seriously concerned with realizing them. With a grandiose tone, Jasper writes, Nietzsche's thinking shrinks back before nothing. But Jaspers himself shrinks back before even the correct presentation, let alone the correct interpretation of Nietzsche's critique to the present and the prevailing type of human being. Both have, since Nietzsche's time, become much worse. In the absence of these critiques, Nietzsche's thought cannot be understood. The independence that comes to expression in his philosophy, the freedom from all enslaving ideological powers, is this root of his thinking. If Jaspers was looking for a historical subject matter, whose essence he wouldn't have distorted in order to provide it a measure of respectability, he should have turned back to Nietzsche, like Kant, with regard to religious matters. Jaspers finds himself in a similar situation with regard to philosophical problems in general, and decided to remain silent. The saying that everything one says must be true, but this cannot be one ought to say everything that is true, cannot apply to Nietzsche when the result is that all the uncomfortable passages of his work are left out. Otherwise, the tolerated Nietzsche becomes just as much a petty bourgeois Philistine as his apologist. Excerpt from Horkheimer to K.V. Hirsch, 22436. Among other things, you sense that we treat Nietzsche differently than usual. For years I've studied him again and again, and in doing so, have noted how ridiculously little is still known about him. A study should be written about him that would, among other things, illuminate the relationship of his psychology to the French Enlightenment. The struggle against spurious aesthetic morality has more to do with the early bourgeoisie's original concept of nature than the last century's ignorant philosophers of history who misunderstand both are able to conceive. The incorruptible psychologist of the 17th and 18th century, along with whom Nietzsche belongs intellectually, experienced the problem of human relationships and the conduct of life per se in a much more direct and adequate form, in that after the shock of a belief in the sinfulness of unsublimated instincts, they protect themselves from falsely harmonizing these, and thus construct a distorted self-consciousness that is a transfigured anthropology. Every middle class, that is, privileged existence, that, in the analysis of its own impulses, does not allow itself to be misled by fear of discovering a social taboo, and, on the other hand, is not physically crippled by a total incapacity for any human relationship, is necessarily led in this epoch to experience and struggle against compassion as a life-threatening force that stands in the way of every pleasure, of every unfettered unfolding of one's own strength. This conflict is so immensely instructive, not only because social contradictions in the language of the inner life find it in apt formulation, but because the resolution that it found in the personal existence of every representative personality suggests a psychological discovery critical for the theory of history. The horror that is operative in history, of which the present provides new examples on a daily basis, is rationalized horror. At least during the last half of this millennia, it is terror in the name of God, in the name of justice, morality, honor, and the nation, and so on. The subjects of this horror, leaders, the masses, and executioners, would distance themselves, most of all, from the assertion that torture provides pleasure, that it is exciting to see fear and suffering. All the pessimistic teachings about the wickedness of human nature, which come from Machiavelli's and Hobbes's progressive thought, have become the common property of every counter-revolution, already encompass the moral damnation of those dangerous instincts. And it would be tempting to look into whether earlier uprisings also evidence such a positive relationship to animal rights as some do now. The delicacy and discretion of those who perpetrated horrors are certainly not infrequently extolled in private circles. Because of those great psychologists, it now becomes apparent that the transcendence of representation and non-ideological awareness of the natural relationship between horror and pleasure is capable of destroying the force of this connection in practical life. It will be possible to bring this pleasure into a rational relationship to other tendencies, to include them in the economy of a way of life. It loses the universal, overwhelming energy with which it governs the entire being of the individual out of the dark sides of the soul. It is impossible to imagine Nietzsche himself as the barbarian monster under whose sign his most powerful disciples would rule the world. Nietzsche was the inoffensive in a distinct, at the same time eternally instructive way. His harmlessness derives from his most profound knowledge in perhaps all of human history about nature. In order to find the precursor of his concept of nature, of course, one must not depend on the pathetic outpourings of Shaftesbury and Rousseau. Rather, it is necessary to get more independent and original souls of enlightenment. Sade possessed decisive psychological knowledge like hardly any other person before Nietzsche. His refusal to impose the death penalty is what brought about his misery. Progress in psychological analysis undermines the possibility of rationalized horror. Sade was a very pitiful sadist. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Karl Loeff, 6/1937. Dear Herr Loeff, the book review you have recently sent us have been received particularly well in our circle, and other friendly voices have said the same of the part already published in the last issue. We would like to offer you the chance to publish an essay in the Zeitschrift. Regretfully, the space for articles in the first of our 1937 issues has already been filled. But if you would have a work from your pen appear in the ZFS before next summer, 1 to 11/12, pages are free in the last issue of 1936. For the theme, I would suggest a study of Pirandello. From a literary historical perspective, Pirandello's work has often been understood as a specific execution of Liebman's philosophy. This schema has already and repeatedly been advanced in individual critiques and provides a recipe for understanding his individual piece. We have no interest in adding another such explanation. Rather, we believe it is time to include Pirandello, literally a philosophical school he happens to belong to, among those authors who, since Balzac, have, by means of that bourgeois spirit itself criticized and partially dissolved the categories that dominates its social reality. By grasping the concept of the personality, the I not as original as an idealism, but as socially inherited, and putting them into question, he has made what I believe is an extremely important contribution to overcoming ruling ideology. However, he interprets his own work himself, and the philosophical theory he develops alongside it is not as significant here as is the objective sense of the drama in his drama and narrative. If you are interested in producing a study of this direction, I would be grateful for a reply as soon as you have the opportunity. This section is called The Philosophy of Absolute Concentration, or the Dialectics of Decline. Practices judge people by their physical or external traits, and in doing so, misread the human character and deform it. These practices, like physiognomy, graphology, etc., measure individuals against the rigid standards of a damaged world, where these practices reduce people to their current limitations rather than looking at their future potentials. So, what denunciatory physiognomy entails is not viewing where man fails as a judgment of the individual, but as a way to condemn the society which causes these flaws in the first place. The human limitation is actually the scar, the frozen moment where social oppression has crushed human growth. This is not a humanistic or anti-humanistic outlook, but the negative image of what liberated man was always meant to be. And so, what you have here is Horkheimer attacking what he sees as the last ideological refuge of the German middle class, that being the dream that history's catastrophes can be overcome by a philosophical synthesis, a reconciliation of all values. This is a full-on assault against the fantasy that contradictory can be overcome through spiritual reconciliation rather than historical transformation. We are anti-everything, and so we are everything. Any concentration which aspires to drive out diabolical eccentricities, left or right, must in the end decide which devil to start with. Every ideology of unity will eventually need to ask what counts as outsider, as deviations, and who gets eliminated for whose sake. Identity thinking necessarily becomes domination. Whenever thought says everything belongs to the whole, something has already been sacrificed. The isolated use of categories like freedom has been impossible since Hegel. Categories do not exist in abstract eternal forms. The theoretical presentation of the existing order as a contradictory, inadequate, and bad reality, one that has yet to snap to its senses, and the practice corresponding to it, this is the sole legitimate recourse to idea. Ideas can become true only as critique, not as ideals or values. Under liberalism, the rights of man are abandoned wherever the rights of private property are at hazard. The spoils that fall to the fascist belong to him by right. He is the legitimate son and heir of liberalism. What this means is that fascism is a contradiction generated by liberal society. The Weimar Order already contained the forces that would become Nazism. The catastrophe was imminent from the beginning. National Socialism can afford to be inept in idealist philosophy because it is adept in capitalist reality. Fascism understands the actual mechanisms of power in a way that liberals do not. The fascist critique of parliamentary ideology in theory and its approach to economic planning via domination in practice demonstrates a better sense of social reality than any modern liberal humanism reformation could dream of. Philosophy must be a critique of political economy. Any philosophy which can call itself political has long since turned into critique of political economy. A metaphysical censor cannot explain modern society in the way that this analysis can. Absolute concentration is vain because reality itself is contradictory. No synthesis can overcome this antagonism, nor can any center reconcile history. The truth lies only in negativity, contradiction, and refusal. Every attempt to overcome social contradiction through unity, synthesis, human nature, etc., merely reproduces contradiction at a higher level. Against this, the task of theory is the theoretical presentation of the existing order as a contradictory, inadequate, and bad reality. Anything else would end up justifying it. What is presented as the center in the center concealing is the center concealing antagonism. Okay, the center is always the center concealing the non-center. Synthesis is therefore what has been sacrificed to achieve synthesis. It's never synthesis itself. Anyways, I'll get into the text now. Section 5. The philosophy of absolute concentration. In this section, Horkheimer distinguishes the attitude that critical theory takes towards human beings from Siegfried Marx's neo-humanism by formulating the following task. Philosophical anthropology must become a denunciatory physiognomy. Denunciatory physiognomy denounces the society which seeks the advice of the physiognomist. The portrait of the spiritual or denunciatory physiognomists are only as optimistic as they are unforgiving. Only at the two opposite poles of human contact, where there are no words, or at least no more words, in the glance and in the embrace, is happiness really to be found. For there alone are unconditional freedom, secrecy, and profound ruthlessness. Everything, by way of human contact and exchange, that lies between is lukewarm and insipid. It is determined, conditioned, and limited by manners of social convention. Here, the word is master, that cool, prosaic device, the first begetter of tame, mediocre morality, so essentially alien to the hot, inarticulate realm of nature, that one might say every word exists in and for itself, and is therefore no better than claptrap. I say this, I, who am engaged in the labor of describing my life, and am exerting every conceivable effort to give it to a belletristic form. And yet, verbal communication is not my element. My truest interest does not lie there. It lies rather in the extreme, silent regions of human intercourse. That one, first of all, where strangeness and social rootlessness still maintain a free, primordial condition, and glances meet and marry irresponsibly in dreamlike wantonness. But then, too, the other in which the greatest possible closeness, intimacy, and commingling reestablish completely that wordless primordial condition. Thomas Mann, Confections of Felix Cruel, Confidence Man. In his latest book, Siegfried Mark presents the outlines of an ideology that all the various opposition groups, both in Germany and abroad, should be able to agree with. It is a kind of ideological unification program. Given the abundance of similar attempts in recent literature, the book warrants no criticism for this reason in particular. Regardless, our task cannot be a detailed discussion of this appropriateness of this purpose, which the author expresses unambiguously in every line. The purity of conviction with which Mark has always approached matters of practice, which is on full display in these pages, is justification enough for engaging with his work here. The unforgiving judgment is passed not on the author, but his cause, and in the hopes he might yet, in spite of everything, give it up. The stance of the pacifist that appeared in The Philosopher of 1918 before the peace as a path leading out of darkness has since then too grown dark, now leading out of philosophy itself. Mark professes himself a neo-humanist. It is not entirely clear what he understands the old humanism to have been. Christian humanism, Renaissance philology, Feuerbach's materialism, etc. In any case, he leaves no room for doubt that the new is far superior to the old. A movement which arises like a phoenix from its ashes has lost its naive immediacy. From this time around, the plumage of the myriad bird shimmers with blue, yellow, and red. It is to repeat all the philosophical concepts that were the currency of the immediate post-war period. None of the philosophical or scientific trends that have been fashionable in Germany and successful abroad since the days of Expressionism are not revived somehow. At the very least, by all the alluding language in neo-humanism, therefore almost all political and religious groups who might have cause for dissatisfaction with fascist are supposed to find something in neo-humanism they can recognize themselves in. Individual points of view are reshaped in such a way that the opposing points of view can always be harmonized with them. Their thoughts become indistinguishable from one another. They lose what little remained of their already doubtful substance. Neo-humanism is not in the least bit colorful. It is a monotone gray. Religion fares the worst. The various concepts of God throughout history are said to reflect the wishes of human beings, longings for eternal life, power, justice, etc. The neo-humanist image of God, however, evinces only a longing to be part of a ruling majority. The majority, which unfortunately did not prevail in the Weimar Republic. God is said to be the true center, true totality towards which all opposites, all pieces converge. God is the absolute concentration in light, of which everything, restricted or diabolical, is merely an eccentricity. Anyone who is not immune to this sort of definition of God, by recollection of a better theological tradition, might nevertheless heed the warnings of recent historical experience, namely, that any concentrations which aspire to drive out diabolical eccentricities left or right must in the end decide which devil to start with. Once this decision has been made in Germany in 1919, the course of events taken by the center through 1935 was nothing if not consistent. The consciousness of the so-called center survived as a political ideology long after its already shaken social foundation had utterly collapsed. God, Mark tells us, is a boundary concept, in order to ensure that neo-Kantianism need not walk away empty-handed either. And yet for Cohen, who could hardly be expected to make such a vulgar claim, there is at least no conceivable right and left, above or below, to a divine center, let alone reason for hope in divine mercy. Out of naive immediacy, the notion of diabolical eccentricities is as untenable in religion as in politics. The fact that an incorrect political intention shines through the pseudo-profound religious-sounding formulas of the neo-humanist philosopher is due to the fact that religious impulse has not yet been illuminated by the correct politics. Once truth has been limited out of consideration for both political tactics, it exacts its revenge. Religion becomes the creed of political moderation. Religion, however, is one of the components from which humanism is cobbled together. Liberalism, too, provides inexhaustible motives for humanist concentration. But liberalism has vanished from Europe. The social system of the previous century that went by that name was concerned with the unrestricted domination of the capitalist law of value. Its enlightenment translated into practice via the principle of competition. To the extent that slogans of the Enlightenment hurled against the church and absolutism transcended the immediate needs of interests of the bourgeoisie, and instead gave voice to the rightful claim all human beings have to a free unfolding of their potential for happiness and powers to realize it, they were subsequently hypostaticized into harmlessness. Harmony was consecrated in idea and discarded in practice. In the Middle Ages, a lord was called lord, and a bondsman, bondsman. In the modern era, inequality has disappeared behind the concept of the citizen, or burgher. The transition into this mode of economic production was a historical step that ushered in a time of unprecedented productivity and horror. The historical narrative of this period contains more than just a chapter about the emancipation of the Jews. It also has chapters on the workhouse test, the bloody repressions of the commune, and the horrors of colonial administration. Maintaining the ideology of liberalism is no more possible than maintaining its economic conditions. This is a really good quote. I'll save that. The objection that classical liberalism is at the very least had the right ideas and come down to applying them correctly today no longer holds any water. This guy was was shitting on quote-unquote classical liberal, whatever that meme was supposed to mean all the way back in the early 1900s. Freedom in abstracto is all too compatible with the allowances of the French police prefectures in the salvation of our Austrian brothers. The isolated use of categories like freedom has been impossible since Hegel. They are true only in the context of the totality of knowing, namely, as critical functions that negate particular truths and conditions, advancing the movement of determinations beyond themselves. Categories cannot prove themselves by reference to how widely they are proclaimed, or how on the basis of how agreeable or disagreeable they appear to be. the theoretical presentation of existing orders as contradictory, inadequate, and bad reality, one has yet to snap to its senses, and the practice corresponding to it. This is the sole legitimate recourse to ideas. In the age of the French Revolution, the ideas in the slogan of the rights of man were out of sync with the end pursued under their banner. In the 19th century, however, discourse about freedom and equality has indeed become neo-humanistic, not because these ideas had already been realized as ends, but because they no longer had any clear connection to current historical activity. The ideas degenerated into ideals. In liberalism, the ideal transfigures the same reality it has been raised so far above, such that the prevailing form of society, which is now driving headlong towards collapse, can appear as just another moment of uninterrupted progress. The ideal exerts a moralizing influence, the commitment to the kind of freedom that is meaningless, precisely because it is never fully realized, sanctions the unfreedom that always is. This was not enough to keep the masses in line, however. One would always think that for concentrations to be meaningful, there would first need to be analysis without illusions according to theoretically valid ends. Bildung's liberalismus, the principle of critique, the religion of freedom, human rights, which floats immovably above, these are the same defensive elements liberalism holds against Marxstaat, elements without which no civilization is possible, and the destruction of which is the beginning of all barbarism. Yet these defensive elements were no obstacle to German liberals defecting to the side of the Marxstaat. This was not simply because they were bad liberals, but because the famous rights of man in liberalism, which, quote, floats immovably above, have their true significance and support, the ground of their existence, in the more firmly anchored right to dispose over the means of production. As a result, the rights of man are abandoned wherever the rights of private property are a hazard. The true liberals of the Weimar era were not the staff of the Frankfurt Zeitung, but the directors of the chemical dye industry, and whatever else might be said of them, they did indeed remain true to their principles. Just how strong said defensive elements liberalism holds against the Marxstaat will prove elsewhere in the world remain to be seen. Not even socialism may fall outside of the concentration. Neo-humanism desires a fair cooperative order for economic life, and above all, a crisis-proof economy. Marx, we are told, is this guy really writing about I miss neo-humanism. Sorry, I thought he said neoliberals, and I was like, wait, what? I don't know, maybe, honestly, it might be a genuine connection there, honestly, though. Marx, we are told, did not understand socialism correctly. Certainly, Marxism contains, quote, humanistic motives, but it cannot give any positive definition to socialist humanism. I wish socialist humanists could hear this, because it is a deficient political philosophy. Holy shit, he's going hard. Marx expressly rejects revolutionary opportunism. The autonomous philosophy of history and philosophical anthropology confronts the Christian, as well as the Marxist, with the critical dialectic of the immanent transcendent perspective. How this philosophy is supposed to establish a fair economic order, and above all, a crisis-proof economy, is only ever hinted at. That's how it feels whenever you read anything by cybernetic socialists. Maybe this is what they're about too. You know, because they want to just, like, they're state capitalists. Like, I'm sorry, I read a book by them. I read a whole book by them. Cybernetic socialists, okay, they want to abolish the enterprise form, sure, and then they want to replace it with basically a big regionalized firms, like you kind of saw under Khrushchev, but different because it just is different. And then they want to basically use math to decide everything. So it's like, I mean, I think you could still call it socialism, but it's socialism that's a very technocratic style of it that I don't think is really what Marxism is about, which I think is more about, well, the abolition of the conditions that make political economy possible, not perfecting them. That's capitalism. Anyways, it would seem, however, that Oppenheimer would be a better source for the positive definition of socialism than neo-humanism is than Marx. But perhaps Marx should not be so concerned with having a theory of property and class at all. In this case, socialism would survive in neo-humanism, much as liberalism has a mere Bildungsidee. Having been made presentable, socialism too could move to the same block of the great elector and adopt a similarly vulgar, non-committal use of language. It should be noted that this is similar to Marx's criticism of humanist in his time period, or true socialist. Section 3 of the German Ideology. No one has ever read that section, so, but that's his criticism of them. Anyways. Therefore, Marx agrees not with Marxist socialism, but a culturally oriented and anti-materialistic socialism. And he would not mind being called an idealist if the word idealism had not become so abstract and discredited through its use and abuse by beautifully spirited epigons. He avails himself of so many German philosophers of the recent past with such evident respect, however, that it is rather difficult to tell who exactly he is targeting here. For him, all the most beautiful spirits rank as the most realistic and concrete. Marx says that the correct concept is not idealist, but socialist humanism. For, in its very name, it is evident that what it aspires to be, a cultural and liberal socialism. Naturally, it is a cultural socialism that does not oppose the material emancipation of the proletariat, but presupposes it, and even considers it a necessary, even constitutive element of emancipation. This socialism is supposed to be a total movement of struggle for culture, and so does not need to concern itself with the merely material emancipation of the proletariat. The history of German social democracy should suffice as a warning against the love of culture. Instead of adopting a critical orientation towards the dominant culture, the only chance there was of preserving its elements for the future, the cultural policy of German social democracy often amounted to no more than playing dress-up in the threadbare bourgeois costumes of yesterday. Rather like the peasants adopts the old fashions of his lord and master, because the struggle for culture is at the same time necessary to struggle against a specific culture, and indeed only appears as such. It cannot be the total movement Marx wishes it to be. Okay, let me interject here, because that was fire. That was an amazing quote. Horkheimer is falsely labeled a cultural Marxist by people who don't actually read him, because his analysis of culture was never actually about replacing Marx's critique of political economy, but extending it, in a logical way Marx himself wasn't afraid of doing, into the realm of consumption, which under late capitalism, culture becomes a form of commodity production. Human creative practice is inverted and confronts us as an independent economic necessity. This is why the term modernity is thrown around so often, yet never understood by the right. Here he pushes back against idealistic socialism that seems to be full of noble ideas, but in reality leaves the actual mechanics of exploitation untouched, turning critique into a toothless lifestyleism that doesn't touch deeper than aesthetic preference, which is substituted for a determinate negation of the false social reality, which is our actual, goal. When socialist movements separate cultural struggle from material struggle, they do not actually create a new culture. Instead, the threadbare bourgeois costumes of yesterday are adorned, and critique of the material basis of society is turned into a passive imitation of the dominant class of old. Any real struggle for culture is a struggle against the dominant repressive culture, not the creation of an abstract peaceful totality. Culture in the material world is not an isolated independent box, but a historically mediated form of interconnection. This is the problem with culture war people, especially those who define culture war as like gay rights or something. That's a legal and political matter dealing with how class is subsumed, not a culture war affair at all. And to be clear, I'm defining culture war as when you're mad about a movie for 2 weeks and then, you inevitably forget about it because it never actually mattered. We can't treat culture as a clean, autonomous space to build a better world alongside of or above material reality. Emancipation cannot come from an uncontaminated outside, as there is only one world. The task of critical theory is to emphasize that there is no uncontaminated outside to capital social relations. Culture is produced within the same alien social forms as that economy itself. Read the culture industry. The real human content of the class conflict that produces these arrangements is to reveal the human content in the subjective practice within objectified, reified social forms. When culture is isolated from the material conditions or treated as something prior to them, then the illusion is fallen for. Culture is not an independent power or some sort of abstract law of the world at all. Anyways, back to this. So, neo-humanism also maintains close ties to science and literature. Mark belatedly claims that philosophical anthropology, which was at the height of its fashion 15 years ago in Cologne, is now beginning to secure its rights. The idea that Scheller's invention restores freedom to the human essence as its constitutive element is somewhat overstated. If there is to be any restoration of freedom at all, it happens not through empty reassurances of the philosophical anthropologist that it exists somewhere beneath its, quote, mortal form of appearance or, quote, ephemeral garments, but only through the theoretical and practical critique of the unfreedom which does indeed exist. Mark even offers his support to the Gestalt scientists. He finds neo-humanist approaches everywhere, and therefore proclaims that the present is converging from the most diverse areas towards a concrete image of the human being. Critical psychology of cognition, new monadology, Gestalt thinking, philosophy of the creative center, organic wholeness, concepts all too reminiscent of the true epigons of the beautiful spirit, are each invoked as banners announcing the arrival of the new. Mark imagines that all these fields are returning human beings to themselves, to the cognition of their own center, to the kind of being with oneself, by beseech, that does not exclude togetherness with being, but guards against surrender to an impersonal one. But philosophy is not capable of this. As long as the world has not been fundamentally transformed, there can be no togetherness with being of any kind, not even the being of the leader that would in the long run protect some of the impersonal beings of the wall that had been lined against. It would be a fatal mistake to assume that the creator center, or one's own center, or whatever dubious names for a supposedly personal centrum one might come up with, could remain free from the clutches of the masters of the Mockstadt, while everyone and everything and everyone on the periphery is rounded up for detention. Techniques have advanced quite a bit since the good old days of the Inquisition. That is precisely what a philosophical anthropology does not apply. The figure who is anointed the great champion of neo-humanism, however, is not Cohen or Scheller, but Thomas Mann. His philosophical and political message is praised with the unreserved admiration. It is itself supposed to be the total sum of everything. In poetic and prophetic form, his message concentrates everything that a philosophical anthropology must express in reflection. We need not inquire into the factual basis on which the coronation of Thomas Mann as Summus Philosophus is supposed to be justified. It is essentially derived from a single sentence in the Magic Mountain. Der Mensch ist Herr der Satz. I don't know German, by the way. Man is Lord of oppositions. According to Mark, this sentence, which is Nietzschean in inspiration, contains the program of nonconformism, which is by no means devoid of a lover for humanity, but to the contrary, provides the condition for it. It elevates the person in their primordial ground, Ugrund, above every other cause, even the most sublime. Hegel's philosophy, by contrast, is said to, quote, reduce the human being, quote, logically and historically, into a marionette of the world spirit. That's not true at all. The truth of Hegel's logic, to say nothing of the truth of Marxian theory, simply cannot measure up to Thomas Mann's humanistic personalism. Mann stands outside the schema of impersonal dialectics. He guards the legacy of Weimar and gives the image of new human beings a form. Oldest myth and newest presents meet in his work. This is literally how every Marxist humanist talks. They act like when you describe what they believe, they support the, quote, total emancipation of humanity. And when you explain what it is, it's just normal Marxism, you know? So it's like, so what are you doing differently? Oh, they're just putting in the humanist ideology in it, which Marx doesn't need to do. But they have the exact same... They're just repeating him otherwise. Anyways, we may assume, with some degree of certainty, that Thomas Mann would not feel entirely comfortable with the philosophico-political message of neo-humanism he has been saddled with. The author of Felix Krull may find it difficult to recognize himself as the herald of an autonomous philosophy of history and philosophical anthropology in the portrait of a champion of the critical dialectic of the eminent transcendental view. His work contains no program, not even virtually, that is tailored to fit the present, and certainly not one for a nonconformism, which of its reverse side is a condition for the love of humanity. The layer of irony that experienced reader may discern in Thomas Mann's more political writings nevertheless sheds some light on their ground, a rather passive stance of resistance. Even this has more to do with the genuine nonconformist practice than the ideological colors painted over them, the surface on which our neo-humanist fixes his gaze. The fact that today Thomas Mann openly declares his opposition to the enforcers of the totalitarian world order, as his brother, mentioned by Mark only in passing, has for a long time, does indeed have a liberating effect. Because of this profile of his literary work, his testimony carries more weight than it would if it be delivered by someone unknown. However, prophetic ambitions are far from his intentions. Thomas Mann has reason enough to expect that political theory and practice will develop independently from, and if necessary in contradiction, to his own ideas. In that case, however, he would still be better equipped to decide for himself. In his own words, he has the self-criticism which allows our conditioned form of life and spirit to open up to what we no longer are. What comes after us, the future. Given the deluge of request from the devoted readers, he must find it difficult sometimes to tell whether he's supposed to be the champion of a new humanity or an advertisement for the industrious elite. And on the commotion, it is no easy matter for Thomas Mann to carry out his intention, not simply to follow his own agreeable nature, but to make decisions for himself with caution and justice. When it comes to political figures with the ability to lead others out of their corrupted environs, however, having a good name is no recommendation in such circles. The strenuous effort to find great leaders with the most unobjectionable origins possible is not only a revolutionary approach, but is mere opportunism. The reader learns that even Goethe is to be honored in the pantheon of neo-humanism. It is through him that they are recommended to examine the true meaning of the creative, the trans-oppositional, and the human. The proper evaluation of Goethe's message, the appreciation of how central he is to critical significance, is an essential part of the specific neo-humanist field of activity. True, the universities of post-war Germany were awash with the best and brightest minds engaged with this very field of activity, but Mark is evidently not so satisfied. The year of 1932, the 100th anniversary of I said his name wrong earlier, didn't I? Goethe's passage was dominated by the Hindenburg-Hitler dispute, the hunger of the unemployed, and the creeping civil war. The Creative Center lacked any real opportunity to fulfill its vocation. With the day ever come when the greatest figure among the Germans becomes a model for actualizations in the realm of the Volk and the state? In fact, Hindenburg and Hitler did not diverge from one another, but converged precisely for the sake of such creative actualizations of the great in the realm of the Volk and state. Hitler corresponds much better to the concept of a greater figure, and still more to the notion of a model for actualizations than Goethe. Mark is an honest opponent of fascism. The fact that Mark's thinking is interspersed by so many cliches of the same spirit neo-humanism seeks to combat should therefore trouble him. Ooh, that's a nice way of putting it. I'm going to use that in the future. Regardless of concern about the dogmatism or any other unpleasantness associated with the use of the old terminology of the unfettering of the productive forces, it is nevertheless both more relevant and less theoretically objectionable a goal than the search for the opportunities to fulfill the vocation of the creative center in a time when the hope for humanity lies less in the abolishing concentrations of political philosophy than it does in abolishing concentration camps. The prospect of ending up in a helpless minority is not as damning of a criterion as it might seem. Even a broad association of well-respected philosophical anthropologists and other independent minds, led by such despisers of the masses as Ortega y Gasset, could be more hermetically sealed off from the theory and practice of history than in the most isolated authors who know only how to find fault with the concentrations of any kind. Mark misjudged National Socialism because he misjudges the Republic in Erosion and Frum. The authoritarian state characterizes the phase of European society that it is now replacing liberalism, whose oppression raises to a higher level. From liberalism, it inherited the task of dominating the masses separated from the means of production and toughening them up into a Volk that could compete on the world market, a task it conducts more systematically through a bureaucracy designed to achieve it. Because these problems could no longer be resolved under the separation of powers by means of parliamentary government, the bourgeois, or at least its most economically powerful core, resorted to fascism for better or for worse. That's a great analysis of fascism. Honestly, I wish they were more clear in their main writings on this. That was amazing. The decision came with the big risk and heavy cost. It has since proven to be the right one. The German army was not an unprofitable investment. The motto of the international competitive struggle, no less than on a domestic front, den letzten Beben die Hunde, the advantage goes to whoever can volte-face the quickest under the slightest pressure of social relations present. The stragglers must make do with less. The spoils that fall to the fascists belong to him by right. He is the legitimate son and heir of liberalism. The wealthiest asset has nothing to reproach him with. Even the most extreme horrors of today have their origins not in 1933, but 1919. In the shooting of workers and intellectuals by the feudal accomplices of the First Republic, the socialist governments were effectively powerless. Instead of digging down into the very root of these events, they were content to remain on the loose topsoil of facts. In private, they considered the theory an eccentricity. The government made freedom a matter of political philosophy instead of political praxis. Even those who may privately desire to return to this state should at least refrain from wishing this fate on humanity. The ensuing sequence of events will run the exact course as the original. National Socialism is not simply another kind of kitsch literature someone can mock from exile, but it is rather the most streamlined political system of the present. The authoritarian regimes of the world would see right through the neo-humanism of the aspiring statesmen of the League of Nations. National Socialism can afford to dispense with the well-cultured conceptual idiom of an ideology and adjust its so-called Weltschauung, which I think means worldview, according to its changing needs because it keeps the oppressed masses in line and underfoot with brute violence. The promise of economic opportunity in the future in its own distinctive brand of pleasures. Throw in a perverted form, its critique of parliamentary ideology in theory and its approach to economic planning via domination in practice demonstrates a better sense of social reality than neo-humanism could dream of. In Hitler's mouth, the word nation has as much substance as Christianity does sitting in the Archbishop of Canterbury. Any attempt to combat national system by attacking its Nordic physis, resin hell, or power philosophy would also, and in each case, attacking of its very source, a root it shares with liberalism, will always remain a superficial one, no matter how well intended it might be. National Socialism can afford to be inept in idealist philosophy because it is adept in capitalist reality. The ending of the book opens onto a political vision. Mark does not wish to paint a rosy picture of the future, but thinks, despite everything which has been mentioned here, of the possibility of a second German Republic. Like the first, the second is modeled on other existing states. The three great Western democracies, the Czechoslovakian state of Thomas Masaryk and Edward Benz, has exemplified the actualities of this kind of republic, with all the relativities and limitations which are inherent to human beings. Mark interprets these models as liberal populist states. Mark's Second Republic, however, is supposed to adopt three accomplishments of the Third Reich too: the unified state, the office of propaganda, and military sovereignty. The neo-humanist solution is said to be possible only inside of the framework of a solution for the pan-European problem of the same spirit. In a note, Mark expresses a passing worry that the year of 1938 has so far disappointed our hopes. Well, even a correct theory can give rise to false hopes. Disappointment can lead to revisions, perhaps even to overcoming the revised theory. Since the time of the book's publication, the great Western democracies have taught the state of Masaryk and Benz a lesson that neo-humanism could learn something from as well. Against the ZFS, that's their English publication, I think, Mark has made the accusation that, according to its own conception, all philosophical and scientific categories are defined by their interconnection with the human labor process and production process. And yet, if one were to search for any justifications for this requirement in subject matter itself in Horkheimer's work, namely, justification on the basis of immanent laws of philosophizing and analysis of temporal categories, their search would end in vain. Even if this somewhat misconstrues our intentions, we do think that any philosophy which calls itself a political has long since turned their critique of political economy. Either philosophy unmasks the historical situation, or it falls to its asceticizing epigons. Under the immanence of social relations in monopoly capitalism, the immanent transcendent approach to freedom cannot be maintained. It is still too transcendent. Philosophical anthropology must become denunciatory physiognomy. In 1935, an essay under the title Remarks on Philosophical Anthropology was published in the pages of this journal. A brief comparison to its contents with the doctrine of the Lord of Opposites can shed some light on the basic differences at stake. In a discussion of various anthropological qualities, the ability to make and keep promises comes up in the context of economic excursus. The author says of the foundation of a promise making and keeping. Quote, "It becomes narrower every day, for it is no longer the contract, but rather the power to command and to demand obedience that now increasingly characterizes domestic commerce. The social relationships involved in economic processes affect the entire spiritual and intellectual world, and thus the constitution of human nature. In earlier periods of history, power was considered immoral when it came to conflict with its contracts. Today, a contract violates morality when it runs counter to power relationships. Everyone who has anything to do with such matters knows this, and for that reason, contracts must occasionally be drawn up rather hastily, and they would be settled more quickly now than ever. Their importance remains undisputable. They are binding premissis premetinis. They travel curiously around the atlas of interests in a particular historical moment. We have since had this occasion to make our conception more differentiated and published a further reflection on a related theme before the summit in Godesberg. Negotiation has different faces at different times. Today it consolidates the domination of the biggest capital throughout all of Europe. The national contradictions between the European industrial powers are at present subordinated to the necessity of political reorganization. In both domestic and foreign policy, the world creeps softly or strides boldly towards dictatorship, the most appropriate form of government for monopoly. The skeptical diplomats of the non-authoritarian countries of Europe, who make concessions to barbarism out of love of culture, have behind them dogmatic bankers nervous about their assets. Indeed, even these assets will be difficult to rescue. Machiavelli writes that a general who wishes to keep the field cannot avoid a battle where the enemy is determined upon fighting. He scoffs at the indolent princes or effeminate republics that instruct their generals only to be cautious. This accusation does not touch the skeptical individual in polities that pursue this ineffectual tactic at the end of the bourgeois epoch. They don't even want to triumph. This kind of analysis of temporal categories, which cannot be diluted into an analysis of the existentials of Dasein without general difficulties, happens to forego the task of deriving itself from the so-called immanent laws of philosophizing in the manner of the neo-humanist ontology of the League of Nations. The illusory image of the great Western democracies is not unrelated to the kind of political philosophy that remains unaffected by their fate. The philosophical concept of the human being is better determined negatively by the accurate depictions of the underhanded statesman than positively in admiration of the Lord of Opposites. In a time such as ours, when a polished elite of leaders, economic or otherwise, conspire with and among one another to beat an all-embracing blindness into the masses, an unshakable appreciation for power into intellectual theory coincides with the with the struggle to hold on to something of those senses that humanity must snap of its wishes to avoid having to start all over again from the beginning. The fear of isolation might not, without justification, decide what actions the political undertaking takes in certain phases of activity does not befit the philosopher. Perhaps Mark will someday realize that the effort to change the world entirely on the basis of a dogmatic premise of philosophizing still contains more truth than the premise of absolute and therefore vain concentration. Excerpt from Horkheimer de Polemics, 8/25/37. I don't, of course, have anything new to tell you yet. In Paris, right on the evening of our arrival, we took a tour around the exhibition. Quite grand. But I'm just not a fan of grandeur. It's an industry and not a sympathetic one. Next to the French, it is the dictators who, as is fitting, have the most colossal buildings. Everything is aimed at being colossal. The individual is meant to feel his insignificance in the face of all these colossal things. The profession of architecture and the service of these gentlemen has the same task as that of other branches of culture they dealt with before. It is meant to intimidate and overwhelm the viewer. Particularly disgusting are these women, steadily charging ahead next to the men who are only recognizable as women by their fluttering garments. Charge ahead, what is he talking about? Charge ahead no matter what, ever onward and full steam ahead. This is what's now become of the figure of liberty in Delacroix's paintings of the Revolution, while Fuchsius, in order to praise Dahmer's paintings of the Revolution, incidentally reproaches Delacroix's figure of liberty for being too pretty. I'm happy to embrace this more attractive symbol. We haven't been in any of the buildings yet, only in King George's restaurant, where we ate supper. It was quite good, and the manager is a culinary specialist from Cannes. Of course, if the French are also going to follow developments in the field as in others in the future, you'll be sure to get grasses, raw beets, celery juice, and the likes, freshly washed and presently surrounded by ice cubes at the beginning of a meal in a restaurant like this. And hygiene, which is the only thing the aforementioned colossal allegorical figures seem to represent, will also triumph in the kitchen. Of course, we could have studied in depth the pre-established harmony between the conduct of war, bad food, and the physicians who declare it healthful. Basically, however, I'm not very tempted to walk around these contemporary exhibit halls. For the sake of research, I'll go a few times anyway. For me, exiting them will always be preferable to entering. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Mary Jehoda, 810-38. Among the many letters I receive from you nowadays, there are hardly any whose train of thought appeals to me more than the which your letter bears witness. One sentence you wrote regarding the sacrifice of Czechoslovakia touched me most of all. One would have to feel intellectual satisfaction that clarity and logic have emerged, obviously victorious. I have stated it more positively. The theory that's been so unambiguously confirmed in the past few years, and now in the most apparent crisis where it is against us, this theory is a complete whole. It will also be affirmed where it is for us. How right you are in making fun of the slogan that the English will go to war for the freedom of Czechoslovakia. The English of all people. It would have hit the mark almost precisely as the 1914 slogan of the Western powers for democracy, in quotes, and Prussian warmongering against Tsarism. I'm not even entirely in agreement with your proposed slogan against Hitler. For our position, in my view, Hitler is so obviously determined by the current historical development state of social conditions that, if these conditions remained the same, he would have to be constantly reproduced, even if in the help of the countries that could in fact overthrow him. Against Hitler, therefore, refers purely to the appearance and not the essence. If, however, because of diplomatic reasons the essence can't be named, there is no hope that the battle will achieve its goal. Humanity has been beaten back to the extent that would be very little hope from a war. Theoretical work is currently more important than ever. Oh my god, he is spitting fire right now. A lot could be said about your ideas on dictatorship. It seems to me that your use of this concept is a bit cliched. On the one hand, planned economy is such a barbaric phrase that it justifiably raises suspicion against the thing itself. That the socialists have replaced the concept of a free association of human beings with the concept of a planned economy illuminates the path traveled by them for many decades. He is spitting fire in this letter. In my mind's eye, I cannot foresee the executives and the professors who would be the planners under such conditions. I would certainly belong among those who to be managed. To the extent that the concept of a planned economy is not the wall behind the certain democratic authorities and part of a union bureaucracy worm their way into fascism. It is a utopia of professors of political economy who already see themselves in it as advisors to the relevant bigwigs. Excerpt from Horkheimer to André Sternheim, 10738. The overall political situation is incredibly sad. Through all the cries for war, Kriegssegdrexes, I never had a moment's doubt that the so-called honorable peace would be maintained. That the Volker were in such a state of agitation has had in this case a desirable side effect. the participating statesmen everywhere appear as heroes of the peace. You're entirely right to say that the grounds for prestige, which would motivate going to war, have a very strong effect in Germany. But these grounds for prestige were not, as you might think, themselves grounds for the German government to go to war, which it would only have initiated against Czechoslovakia or Russia with the express consent of England and France. Instead, such a circumstance was only grounds for Chamberlain to save Hitler from embarrassment. In an appraisal for the political situation since 1933, it must be assumed that the present-day German government, once come to power, has been exercising an essential function not only for Germany, but for Europe, and from which even the powers of the West cannot exempt themselves in the long run. The fall of the German government could, in any case, only have consequences the likes of which neither the English nor the French governments would want. In the event of war, the French and English governments would not have known which outcome would have presented them with more frightful problems, victory or defeat. I'm convinced that, as far as the Central and Western Europe are concerned, we may expect a fairly long period of peace, albeit an incredibly sad one. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Hans Claus Brill, 1013-38. At the peace, which has become appetizing to the people through the gigantic effort made to show it was under threat, the great statesmen and their preferred publics took care of the rest by weeping for it in person. Chamberlain wept, Simon was deeply moved, Daladier wept, the Czech ambassadors wept, the Pope fainted from being so moved, women presented flowers, weeping. The terrible revenge for the victors in the Sudeland all began with the tears of those who handed it over to them. These tears are an aesthetic phenomena of the first rank, and of the artistic motives I would like to collect documentation on them. It would be grateful if you could cut out many in-depth reports from the pages of German and French newspapers about these emotional scenes and send them my way. What is he cooking? Why is he want reports on people crying? What is he doing with this? Anyways. Excerpt from Horkheimer to H. Honegger, 9-5-38. What do you say to the Italian anti-Jewish laws? The point of least resistance. Since the world can't be gobbled up as quickly as thought, they're going after the Jews. At the same time, the fascist successes in the last few years are really no trifling matter. Danzig in Austria and Abyssinia and I don't know what else. The sphere of influence is expanding to all parts of the world, and in spite of that, you hear, whip the Jews. Things are not going well to the masses under fascism, however much it's growing. It's not leading people to the right frame of mind, but purely to the illusion of being in the right frame of mind. And that's just not the same thing, even if today, not even philosophers know anymore how to make the distinction. To make people really happy, continuous improvement of living conditions is required, unceasing change of the world. Simple practical steps suffice to guide them to the illusion of happiness. For example, the segregation of minorities, who are always worse off than the masses. Excerpt from Horkheimer to K. and E. Goldstein, 11-1938. During this decline of the world, the desire is overwhelmingly to set down what one has to say so that it cannot fall into the right hands at some other place and time. Not only love is contained in this desire, in the midst of all difficulties, I've made a remarkable discovery. Books are being burned in Europe. Some hope rest in the libraries here, but more and more, the books that one gets one's hands on show signs of a strange illness. It begins with the four edges of the pages taking a red-brown color that then makes its way further and further towards the center. The part it questions first becomes brittle, and finally, all life seems to have fled from them. If you touch them, perhaps folding down a corner, or perhaps part in question stays in your hands and turns to dust, it is mostly the French books that show such signs of weakness, but in no way limited to them. Nature is in cahoots with fascism. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Adolf Lowe, 11-25-38. I am presently under a frightening amount of pressure from work. Otherwise, I would write to you at length. For today, only this. I have decided to begin the preparatory work for the book on dialectical philosophy. In the spirit, I plan to discuss matters with you not infrequently, and hopefully not just in spirit, but face to face. The general situation is developing in a completely logical manner. Knowledge that the theory is exact in its negative aspects does not, to be sure, alleviate the horror, but it does justify the hope that it will one day prove itself in its positive aspect as well. War over the Czech question was impossible. Moreover, it was not even desirable. The battle cry for democracy, which would otherwise have drawn a number of countries over to the field against Germany, was in any case not an opportune one in light of Germany's demand for the right to self-determination, for the Sudetenland, I think that means Sudetenland, the resulting ideological confusion which would have exceeded that of the World War. Beyond this, there was no group in Germany which would have been capable of leading it rationally in the case of defeat. Nothing has changed. In Deutschland, nicht News, the report would have to write, if only 50 Jews were slaughtered a day. I'm a little I don't really understand I'm not like, I don't know a lot about history. I'm not really like a history person, so I don't actually know the context of what he's saying here, besides just vagaries. Anyways, excerpt from Horkheimer to Julie Favez, 12/6/38. The news from Germany, and not only from Germany, is so shocking that nothing can be said. The only consolation that can only still be offered to humanity is that in this terrible time of confusion, which may well last for some decades yet, will, like the decline of antiquity, sow the needs of a new and purer culture. A process is also taking place now that can be compared to the development of Christianity. Lies and horror have spread so thickly over the world that those who do not allow themselves to be consumed by them will, to a great extent, become immunized against moral evil. There are a few seeds, and more go under every day. But in the end, this experience cannot pass over humanity without leaving a trace. The concepts of the infinite value of the individual soul, of mercy and brotherly community, arose from the ancient tyranny and slavery. Totalitarian mass mania will also give way to a more concrete conception of freedom than was previously held in general. One could of course reply that the people who perish today, and probably the people living today overall, will have no more of this, but the semblance of such hope, which may visit the despairing in their final minutes, derives its historical right from this idea. That the night does not last forever may yet console those killed in it. Despite everything, what the human being is will not be decided by the anti-humans who today are making the earth into hell. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Heinz Jacobi, 2/16/39. Dear Herr Jacobi, I thank you for sending your work, a short essay titled Die Verunklung des Menschen. Of many manuscripts which were received at present from Europe and other parts of the world, yours is one of the very few we have found close and sympathetic to us. Proof such as this of your mentality and the direction of your interest is another example of just one of the reasons we sincerely regret not having a presence over there. It seems to me, in any case, that we could be of greater help to more people in most decisive matters there, more so than we can here. What you say on page 2 about the division of labor could be developed into a highly important analysis of the fundamental processes which lead to reversal into the totalitarian state. In addition to your considerations on bureaucracy, I believe that your method, Verfahren, will advance even further with time as you continue to sharpen your suspicion of immediate positive categories. Concepts such as humanitarian and morality of solidarity are to be used only with the most extreme caution. Such words risk being all too acceptable to all too many people. The distinction between your critique of fascism and the critique of those who merely displaced or replaced by it must jump out to the reader from the start. Thus, when you quote the sentence that man loses that which is essential to him under the domination of the apparatus, it will be rather difficult to outline this essential with the greater precision because it relates not so much to the past as it does to the future. What is certain, however, is that the specific region of philosophy it calls to mind, and from which you have adopted, tends to burden your argumentation with borrowed obscurity rather than making it more transparent. Belief in something ordinary, inward, and essential, or in some other primordial reservoir which has somehow been lost to us and we are supposed to remember once more, would in fact be quite difficult to justify. With good reason, you inveigh against spinelessness before the fetish of the apparatus. You demand, however, the retention of moments which relate to character. Certainly, there is much to recommend this, but I believe I need not point out that the struggle against the apparatus and for character originally belongs to authoritarian ideology. It is infinitely difficult to use such concepts with the correct mediations. Indeed, I would say with the right touch of irony, by means of which the relationship to the whole of critique, which, as we know, is alone the true ones, is preserved. Here, problems of this style come into play, problems which make it so difficult for me to write at present should I hardly arrive at any final formulation. My short remarks should show you how seriously I have taken your small work. Excerpt from Horkheimer to J. Favez, 9/11/39. Your letter of August 21st, 24th, and 29th lie here before me, and much has happened since you sent them. A state of war has been declared, which is nevertheless not yet a war, and a war is being waged, without such a state having been declared for it at all. You are right to say that the knowing in the present has the immediate effect of a kind of consolation. This is the only reaction of human beings who refuse to be driven mad by reality. I confess that today, the most dogged unswervingness is needed not to lose sight of those tendencies of social life, which we once recognized as those which are now more fundamental, through the chaos of facts. If the improbable, a general condition of war, should take full effect, then the shared interest between Central and Western European powers, which has determined their politics through the summer of this year, would indeed seem to have been extinguished by contradictions which we do not consider relevant at the time. However, it is precisely this which I cannot bring myself to believe. Rather, even in this extreme case, the development towards barbaric collectivism, which Europe would not have had to confront regardless, could not have been terminated. I do not know whether it would even have been slowed. The feeling that the ideological opposition in whose name war would be waged is already outmoded, and that if no miracle occurs, the Volker concern would all fall prey to one and the same fate, is horrifying. The wariness, however, over the prospect of war, which is apparently among the whole Western populace, has, I believe, its foundation on the insight that even victory would not solve the most crucial problems. The abatement of enthusiasm in France is no coincidence. It signifies something quite different from the absence of enthusiasm in Germany. Here, there is an extremely alert skepticism towards the government, which could, under certain circumstances, reverse into outright antagonism. There is a feeling of senselessness, which form one of the preconditions for as of yet unsatisfied authoritarian longing. Unfortunately, I cannot now speak in more detail. It would be seen on a place. For now, I am only full of the wish that this, I am firmly convinced, senseless and calamitous process will go no further. However, I want to take this opportunity to say one thing for you at the time. Whatever may come, you may be assured we are thinking of you here and will not let you down. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Paul Honigschein. Heartfelt thanks for Voltaire and the problems of reapproachment between peoples. In the present moment, this reapproachment seems to be carried out under a rather unpleasant way, as between Siegfried and the Marginot Line. To your mind, what would Voltaire have said about this? Would he have been, in this case, pour ou contre la guerre? It would seem to me that the concept of war and peace have been, in a dialectical manner, set into motion by history, such that the condition of war on the Rhine is decidedly preferable to the condition of peace we find in other countries. And then even, I can imagine a number of Jews and other people of color who would rather be in no man's land than Vaterland, even if the French General Staff were to issue a daily communique about it. Excerpt from Horkheimer to Paul Ludwig Landsberg, 1223-39. At the moment, I am interested above all in the problems of pure logic. As you well know, I have long been preoccupied with the Hegelian logic, but have published hardly anything on the topic. Well, can you please do it? Meanwhile, I am also increasingly convinced that the struggle against the prejudices of formal logic themselves, a symptom of decadent philosophy, is unavoidable. Even if Hegel's attempt to free philosophy from the dictates of formal logic went hand in hand with an extremely dubious metaphysics, he nevertheless deserves recognition for having grappled with the most important task of that intellectual historical epoch. You must be rather optimistic to believe you see a light at the end of the tunnel, no matter how hard I must strain these eyes of mine. However, I cannot spot the slightest glimmer on the other end. To me, the future appears to be but pitch black. I grant you only this, that it is a tunnel, and so humanity can find its way out. What's left to us is hope, good wishes, and you I send my most heartfelt for the new year. I know that you two cannot truly be happy so long as the fate of humanity takes no clear turn for the better. And in this spirit, I wish you both happiness and, if I may add a very personal wish to this, hope the four of us will see each other again alive and kicking in our beloved Paris. But not even this wish is purely personal, for to be fulfilled, France would need at least lasting peace, the ocean navigable once more, and the monster defeated. That love plays no role indeed only suggests a rather poor prognosis for everything we call culture. As I once formulated the matter on an earlier occasion, culture rests on foreplay. Of course, this is only true of the culture we already know. Perhaps something will develop today which is, despite everything, worthwhile. Horkheimer to Henry Grossman, 8-939. Appendix 2. Excerpts from Horkheimer and Adorno's Critique of Religious Socialism, 1931. Translator's note. From a conversation hosted by Paul Tillich in 1931, discussions about the task of Protestantism and secular civilization, opposite Tillich's roster of religious socialists and systematic theologians, Horkheimer and Adorno were recruited to represent the non-theological position, materialism, socialism, philosophy. They do not disappoint below. I've translated the opening remarks made by both Horkheimer and Adorno, in which each takes a different approach to immanent critique. Horkheimer dissolves the religious socialist problematic by simultaneously grounding and relativizing their absolute opposition between the religious and the secular, positing the problem of theory formation from within the field of social struggle in response to shared suffering as a criterion for the evaluation in the theories which claim to address themselves to it. Oh, that's very interesting. Adorno explodes the religious socialist solution from within through bringing the moment of its concept to completion, at which point the task of Protestantism and secular civilization, namely demythologization, is shown to have fully migrated into the realm of the profane, by determinate negation, along with the religious Urmotivin, which, if we must speak of them at all, are no longer inherited through established religion. Both defend materialism as a philosophical attitude, socialism as a political program, and to deny the significance of the antithesis between the religious and the secular assumed by the religious socialists and systematic theologians. Each exemplifies their respective model of dialectical critique, which they will develop throughout the 1930s. For Horkheimer, the open-ended dialectic which follows Hegel's "the truth is in the social whole," but recognize the whole as the false. For Adorno, the determinate negation in which Die Selbst of idealist thought betrays the untruth of idealism in the social content of its complete concept. As the discussion continues, both Horkheimer and Adorno's objections grow sharper. It is a remarkable prefiguration of their future dynamic. Horkheimer. I would just like to express, in brief, the impression Frick and Tillich's work have left me with, and how I responded to them. I only ask that you now accept the barbaric nature of my explanation in advance, for my response is somewhat barbaric indeed. Hell yeah, barbarism. We're choosing barbarism. My thesis, quite brutish, somewhat exaggerated, are as follows. First, I do not believe, cum grano salis, that what lies before us is truly a field of rubble. What are we really talking about here? If you will permit me to speak in my own categories, I would say capitalism is not merely a field of rubble, but, on the contrary, has a preparation, the organization of a world, is not its entry into a new phase through methods which are not yet in fact radically new. True, certain constraints will most likely remain. Next, I would ask, what really is this modern hardship under which we are all supposed to suffer? For my own part, I would rather not assume this without further reflection. Do we really all suffer from one and the same hardship today? Is it really the hardship of the problematic of profane culture which torments human beings so? Human beings are tormented by much more real, much more brutal things. It seems, and this torment is not a new one at all. This suffering, this materialistic suffering of human beings, is what torments me as I stand here today, and on this matter, it is in fact important for me to take a stand. From this point of view, I can do nothing but side with a certain parity in the struggle. And I believe the most important thing of all is to wage this struggle in such a way that the senseless torment, so far as it is senseless, is put an end to, so far as it may be abolished at all. When I say senseless, I mean something quite different from most of those present today. by senseless, I understand any torment which is to any degree unnecessary in light of the spiritual, intellectual, and material forces which are at the disposal of human beings. I have the impression, in theory of the world I cannot simply rid myself of, that the dominant organizational form today, in essence, conditions and causes this real suffering and torment. When I was at university, I was often told, why yes, human beings must always suffer in the end for the nature of scarcity. To speak as politely about it as I was able to then, this turn of mine has long since been proven false. Things are in no way just so, and anyone with the least formal education can tell you that what it comes down to is the organizational form of humanity. To what extent this might be connected with spiritual affairs is a significant problem. It would only say if I position myself within this struggle, and this is what most important to me. Is it really all that important whether the way the struggle is conducted is aligned with primordial religious motives? I would almost say, to follow a suggestion of Spinoza, that I have too little time to pose this question or problem to myself. Is there some philosophical or religious view that certifies my attitude of this struggle is the right one? One might say, as I have recently formulated it, that ordinarily, the metaphysics, the religious, are not much impressed by what torments human beings. Metaphysics is too little moved by their suffering today, has too little love for the transient human being. I thank Herr Frick for his clear presentation of these problems, but I do not know whether any of this is at all important. Whether secularized civilization should be characterized as technological, that this also characterizes the Weltschauung that undergirds it, how the human being with such a view beholds himself, all of these things, even if they really oppose to religion, are any of these problems truly decisive? I am of the conviction that the so-called deification of the machine is a more transitory phenomenon. In Russia, it certainly has a different significance than in America. At least to speak as an economist, I would say that your conflation of America and Russia on this point makes for a superficial diagnosis. A whole series of issues, such as those I have mentioned, seem to arise primarily from the fact that theologians, and too many others among us for that matter, concern themselves too little with the realities and can only see a great opposition between religion and on the one side and the secular on the other. I know not which of them could at least have the last word for our time. Adorno. Horkheimer has anticipated much of what I wanted to say. I will attempt to formulate something on the theme of the profane. What lies before us seems to be the following. To use Tillich's own terminology, he characterized the relation the profane to Protestantism as a dialectical one, i.e., so that on the one hand, the theological must fully migrate into the profane without reservation in order to prove itself genuine. On the other, a claim is made on the profane that because it has only an anarchic, chaotic character, because it is a field of rubble, it has need of the religious. I believe that so long as one stands by this conception, one has not taken the claim of the profane itself as radically or as seriously as it would be necessary for anyone who truly grasped the thought of the profane as the theater of truth. The religious motive, which in Tillich's conception, at any rate, would be the deepest lying and most profound one, is that of de-demonization, which I call demythologization. This is, however, a motive, and this seems to be crucial, which does not itself need to be derived from any of the given motives in any positive, presently existing theology, but which has rather migrated into the realm of the profane. I could even imagine that in this crucial moment that the function of Protestantism has in fact in historical terms been simultaneously fulfilled and exhausted, that the migration of its significance into profane categories has been entirely successful, and that this claim of demythologization has migrated completely into the profane as well. If this is the case, it might be that the theological categories themselves, so far as any still remain, are no more than empty husk from past stages of history in the process of demythologization, and which are dredged up for purposes I neither would nor could always characterize as good without reservation. I know very well that the relationship is not so simple in Tillich's theory, that the process of demythologization is not a clean but a dialectical one. that the mythical cannot simply be expunged, but always reappears time and time again, and that the true productive forces of history are precisely those reservoirs one might characterize as mythical. This, I would think, would have to concede. Nevertheless, I would argue that this moment of return itself, of carrying the mythical along with us, is by no means localized within the sphere of religion proper, but that the return of the mythical also finds its place in the sphere of the profane. It seems that in the prehistoric phenomena of hunger, there resides precisely that demonic power which must be stopped time and time again in order for the grip of the demonic to be truly broken. Thus, I prefer to speak of demythologization rather than de-demonization. Demythologization is dialectical on the one hand. There is a part of nature to which humanity might in the long run reconcile itself. To me, it seems the possibility of reconciliation lies in the sphere of the profane, and furthermore, that the moment of necessary mythication falls away because it lies in the sphere of the profane as well. However, I believe that if one accepts a concept of Protestantism, such as that represented by Tillich and Frick, one ought to demand a radical break from the positive forms of the Church in general. Now, for the detail, the primordial religious motives. Here, there is some rather dubious equivocation at work. If what is to be understood is nothing other than there is something religious or mythical which lies hidden in socialism, which resurfaces, recurring again and again, then I would say these primordial religious motives are nothing other than questionable demonizations which must be fought against. For example, Fyodor Stepan, Lenin cult. These motives, the so-called primordial religious motives, must be banished. The instant one wishes to reduce socialism to such moments, they have tied themselves to precisely that which must be criticized by socialism in the most radical terms. This applies equally to fetishization, the cult of the machine, which is incompatible with the most basic notion of socialism, with the very ontological development of socialism. If we must speak of such primordial religious motives, they are not to be found where religious goods have been littered throughout the sphere of the profane, but are only truly found there in the most profane of the profane, and in the attempt to remove them from that place where they are found, as if they were still unproblematically religious ideas, seems the wrong path. As things stand, an expression such as that of the religious man, who may be active in socialism or elsewhere, strikes me as one deserving of the highest suspicion. In truth, the religious man is probably the unreligious one, if by religion one is still to understand demythologization. Postscript. Adorno avec Wahl. Dating back to the French reception of Max Scheler, an existential philosophical school has formed in France, grouped around the Recherches philosophiques, and propagating the doxa of Heidegger and Jaspers. The aim of Jean Wahl's compendium is to support such efforts through documentation tracing the origin in existential philosophy back to Kierkegaard, which is already plain as day in the academic Signs und Daseins philosophy in Germany. Since Bach's study of his work in 1903, Kierkegaard has by no means been entirely unknown in France. Wahl's book, however, is the first undertaking in French reception to present Kierkegaard biographically and theoretically as a monumental figure. The etudes show the utmost expertise, erudition, and care. They endeavor from the outside to find continuous, sprunglos, unanimous motivations throughout Kierkegaard's body of work, but to adopt one of Wahl's own distinctions, the etudes, for all intents and purposes, count as interpretations rather than explications. In each case, they proceed in all energetical fashion, and mostly in an apologetic one, that there is no room left for critique, be it of Kierkegaard or his fashionable epigons. The question, which finally appears in the shortest chapter titled Conclusions, Questions, are posed in a rather tranquil form. Was Kierkegaard bound to sacred scripture in an authoritarian manner? Or was the Kierkegaardian concept of paradox merely a rationalization of private experiences? These questions are never driven to the point of philosophical analysis of Kierkegaard's concept of subjectivity itself, nor to any of the analysis of the fictions which lurk behind the doctrine of the individual as a relation relating to itself absolutely. But Kierkegaard, in particular, should be defended against such exegetical respect. Wahl makes Kierkegaard out to be a classic, removing the sting of the thorn, which is not only felt in his own flesh, but turned against society. Kierkegaard avec Nietzsche, master of the Dialectic existentielle. The trivialization of one who in the end published by the Augenblick and declared therein that in Christendom the proposition the moon is made of green cheese could easily be enforced as a state religion as soon as the preacher were paid for it. The trivialization of a thinker who was, despite everything, a true enemy of that which exists. This trivialization is particularly manifest by the fact that Heidegger and Jaspers, who first warped Kierkegaard in their distinctive grandiose style into a conformist and ideologue, are discussed alongside Kierkegaard inter pares as if peers, receive long separate sections of their own, in which their relations to Kierkegaard are treated at length with great delicacy. What is demanded of any faithful reader than merely respectful exegesis never occurs. Protests against abuse and of the Kierkegaardian victim of an happy consciousness further festive cult of darkness. Only once during the insight dawn, that's French. In other words, one may wonder whether such effort does not, in fact, seek with great ambition to strike him dumb. Where Kierkegaard finds himself is concerned, in any event, in the unscientific postscript, the very concept of ontology is expressly dismissed. Thus, alongside his unbroken solidarity with Kierkegaard, who wanted nothing to do with such affairs, a solidarity for business as usual prevails in Wall, who would serve as an intermediary between the concerned parties, even as far as the robust house philosopher of Eugene's Dialectics of Decline. In the scientific sphere, however, Wall's book achieves everything it set out to do. Like Wall's, Lowry's book seeks to attract a readership for Kierkegaard by extensive documentation. It assumes readers will be unfamiliar with the text, but the endeavor to abstract English and American interest is quite different from the effort to draw in the French. Where Wall's concern is motivation, Lowry is content with the biographical. Kierkegaard's thesis that subjectivity is truth becomes cheap pretext for self-effacement, and because his work is so largely autobiographical, or reflects his own life in such successive stages, no interpretation of them can be intelligible which is not essentially biographical. Lowry's biography is orthodox in more than one sense. One could almost say it adheres strictly to the framework of the Bayreuthian Kierkegaardian tradition as represented today by names such as Edward Geismar and Immanuel Hirsch. The unrelenting impulse towards justification for the hero prohibits his caustic procedure any critical insight into the self-stylization of Kierkegaard's life. The relationship to Regain, Jean, the affair he provokes with the Corsair, the final sickness, all this appears at the whim of Kierkegaard's magic formula, and the whole effort of the biographer is restricted to smoothing over any possible contradictions. The sole pragmatic boon of the study may be seen from the fact that Lowry throws the political conservatism behind Kierkegaard into clearer relief than the psychologically oriented authors are capable of doing. Biographical zeal blinds Lowry to Kierkegaard's philosophical content and thus necessarily turns him against subjectivity itself, which is, after all, supposed to be the truth. To illustrate this with a single case, Lowry provides a glossary of Kierkegaardian terminology in the appendix, which is, on the whole, questionable at best. Under the heading of Dialectics, one finds the whole wisdom, since SK criticizes sharply by Hegel's dialectical method, it must not be supposed that the dialectic he so much insists upon is the same thing. Both deal with opposites, but the difference is that whereas Hegel mediates between them and thus reaches a point of repose, SK's thought continually vibrates between opposite poles, recognizing that the contradiction and paradox are inherent in existence, which, because it resists the effort of reason to regiment it into a system it denounces by reason as the absurd, one need only contrast Lowry's caricature of mediation as a point of repose with the famous definition from Hegel's Phenomenological, according to which mediation is nothing but self-moving self-equality, or it is a reflective turn into itself the moment of the I existing for itself, pure negativity, or simply coming to be. To realize just what kind of blessing is bestowed upon Kierkegaard in such restriction to his own existence, that Kierkegaard is determined by Hegel right down to the innermost cells of his contradiction. Indeed, that he has Hegel to thank for his most important counter-concept, the qualitative leap, remains unknown to Lowry. Thus, he is completely incapable of understanding Kierkegaard's concept of dialectics itself. He even arrives at the grotesque assertion that, in the final phase of Kierkegaard's life, which Lowry unquestionably regards as Christian in the positive sense, Kierkegaard apparently having himself at the point of repose was no longer dialectical, as if dialectical theology did not exist. The complete lack of both erudition and penetrating insight into his thought makes Lowry's tirade against his professor in research, which Lowry recites in imitation of Kierkegaard, doubly embarrassing. However, the function such tirades assume for Lowry is betrayed by the sentence, Eric Priswara, one of the most talented of the younger Jesuit theologians, has written a prodigiously clever book about SK, so clever that I do not pretend to understand it. Kierkegaard certainly hated his Hegel, but at least he did not boast about not understanding him. Today, Kierkegaard himself has fallen into the hands of a hateful obscurantsdom. Lowry is not wrong to imagine that Kierkegaard, represented by Barth, strengthens the Protestant opposition in Germany. It would not be uncalled for to pose the question to him of whether his own book, to say nothing of Emanuel Hirsch's, could prove itself likewise. Alongside Lowry's book as a corrective to speak as Kierkegaard would, Oxford University Press is publishing a qualitative edition of the journal carefully selected and translated by Alexander Drew through guided primarily by Haecker's 2-volume edition. It is also of significant importance for German readers because it includes a great number of passages Hegel does not. For any familiarity with Kierkegaard, the journals are still invaluable. They're just as far removed from philosophically inflated self-rationalization as they are of fictive sermonizing. They reduce the essential motive of Kierkegaard's thinking to an experiential core, a reduction which proves to be an improvement on the purely psychological alternative. Adorno's letter to Jean Wahl, 4/30/39. Esteemed Herr Professor, the Journal of Philosophy has sent me to your letter. I wish to tell you I am fully conscious of the fact that your stance towards the authoritarian regime is no different from my own. My objection was solely that your book, by strict self-restriction to intellectual historical hermeneutics in the Dialectian sense, does not sufficiently acknowledge the real functional change that Kierkegaard's philosophy has undergone. That the boundary line between Kierkegaard and modern existential philosophy is existential philosophy is drawn so cautiously that anyone who didn't already know better would hardly be able to sense that the pandemonium is being unleashed under the banner of existential philosophy in Germany. As you no doubt did guess, I was thinking primarily of Emanuel Hirsch, who has become a henchman of National Socialism despite representing the orthodox Kierkegaardian tradition. However, I am also of the view that what Jasper has made of Kierkegaard has all too much to do with the more sinister things. As far as critique of Jasper's standpoint is concerned, I would direct your attention to the report on Jasper's Nietzsche book by my friend Horkheimer in the ZFS. Hey, I read that. It was pretty good. Kierkegaard's texts themselves are protected from such misuse to begin with by their relatedness to positive Christian theology. However questionable this relatedness may be, once this theological dimension has been eliminated, it would seem there are no longer any boundaries in existential philosophy to rationalistic individualism and the glorification of blind being so Sheens, maliciously foreclosing all possibility. Further, it seems to me that there is in no context in which it is more necessary, no more possible, to say this than in the connection to the French philosophical tradition. There are many things at stake in this tradition which do not, even in their mycological way of thinking, which I know you adhere to as close as I can afford to dispense with. A straight path runs from the de-godded Kierkegaard to the most pitiful German concept of character. This concept already plays a singular role in the prehistory of existential philosophy for Schopenhauer in present-day Germany. It can only be maintained as a slogan to obey rather than an incitement to think. For me, as one so passionately devoted in the French spirit, it is a moment of great consternation. Even among the most advanced of the French spirits, I have yet to encounter radical counterintelligence in the field of philosophy itself. I do not mean personal political position, which could have come from France alone, and it is this kind of contemplative impartiality towards existentialism which is puzzling to me, because of which I have been compelled to regard you as a representative of a group without wanting to take anything beyond empirical groupings into consideration. It is precisely the extraordinary impression that which your work made on me as a scientific achievement that has given me the determination to express the critical moment with unreserved emphasis. I would only add this, that to me it appears a political analysis of Kierkegaard himself is most pressing, and further, that I consider it a significant shortcoming of my own work, that I do not present the political and social side of this matter concretely. I fear a political physiognomy of Kierkegaard would uncover more features of the new German in him than anyone wishes to find. With most sincere regards to yours, Theodor Adorno. And that is the end of this. I don't know. It's not really a book, though it's as long as one. It's a compilation of. It's a collection of excerpts, letters, etc. Just minor things, all translated by James Crane on the James Crane Substack, which I just stumbled upon one day, just looking up Adorno and Horkheimer things. This is really good. So yeah, I'm going to basically, I think I've learned a bit from adapting the politics of change. So what I'm gonna do this time around is I'm gonna do all one audio file, all in one file, and then I'm going to upload this. The only thing is, I need to basically, for all the individual uploads, I need to start them with a introduction of my own to the text, where I'm probably going to say like what it's about, what I get out of it, etc. So it would be kind of weird to only do that there and not in the whole video. So I'm going to write, I mean, you'll hear it at the start, but basically I'm now going to go back over all this and with stuff that I noted while reading it and stuff like that. I'm going to write basically an introduction to, I'm going to try and I'm going to end up summarizing each of these essays, or what the point of them is. I might not necessarily repeat the content, but I'm going to do that before each of these sections, and then I will upload that all at once, and then I'm going to cut the audio from each of them, and then I'm going to upload the smaller sections that I think are the most impactful on their own with gameplay footage. Mostly the one on Nietzsche, Spengler, and I think there's one or two more. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But thank you for listening. I'm going to do more. I'm working on the Zek project right now, so that's what I'm going to do next. And then I'm going to do, well, I might even, before I finish that, because it's going to be kind of long, I'm also going to do Adorno's lectures on negative dialectics, because I started negative dialectics, and I mean, it's every section is so hard-hitting, but also pretty hard to understand. So I'm hoping the lectures are going to help. And yes, I am reading the new translation. All right, and that's the end of all these. This has been James. I will post the link. It's an I guess unofficial translation. Very easy to read though. Very well done in modern translation of a lot of these snippets, letters, small essays from Adorno. There's so much very cool insights, okay? Especially where Adorno found this very obscure Nietzsche quote where he calls Deutschland über alles the most stupid phrase ever uttered or something. There's a lot of really hype moments and just really good criticisms of just all these things that are taken for granted, or you're just supposed to believe, or you're told that this is what Marxism or dialectics is about. This thing, no, it's not about any of that stuff, okay? He criticizes throughout this piece, he criticizes anti-fascism, humanism, psychology, teleology, nationalism. I mean, Horkheimer's awesome, man. I mean, he's kind of like a left-wing Nietzsche in a way. So yeah, really good. One of the best things I've probably read so far, I would say, for the channel. Yeah, really good. And I'm now going to take the individual section. If you're hearing this is on the anyways, my current plan is to do these kind of whole books. I'll do them kind of traditional audiobooks, but I'm going to take chapters, and then afterwards I'll upload those in kind of the slop video way, where I have the background footage and that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, it's mostly the background footage, because it honestly, it's kind of a hassle to make. But at the same time, it's well, maybe I should be playing video games, because I just want to read all day is the problem. But yeah, thanks for listening. If you're one of the 1% who are gonna make it to the end of this,